السلام عليكم وصبحكم الله بالخير. Good morning everybody.
بس أعطي شورت بايو عن نفسي.
Okay.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Our first speaker is Dr. Maryam Ibrahim Al-Hajri. She is the Assistant Undersecretary for the Public Health and Health Promotion in the Ministry of Health Kingdom of Bahrain. She is a member of the National Task Force Team for Prevention of COVID-19. She is the Bahrain representative and the Executive Board for the GCC Health Council. She is the Vice President of Bahrain Diabetes Society, and much more to go. She has graduated from Ain Shams University and obtained her postgraduate qualification in the family medicine from the American University of Beirut. She had community pediatric from the School of Community Pediatrics, Royal Hospital for Sick Children, and University of Edinburgh, Scotland. She has obtained her diploma in health management from the Royal Surgeons of Ireland. Please welcome with me Dr. Maryam Al-Hajri.
شكرا دكتورة عائشة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. شرفني اليوم أن أكون في وسط هذه الكوكبة في هذا المؤتمر الهام. It is my pleasure to be with you in this important conference regarding palliative palliative care and oncology conference under the theme of closing the care of gap. My talk about the Gulf Strategic Plan to reduce cancer burden in GCC. I will tackle the content of my speech regarding the burden of cancer globally and regional, the World Health Resolution on Cancer Prevention and Control, Gulf Executive Strategic Plan to reduce cancer burden in GCC, and I will tackle about Bahrain Cancer Plan, cancer incidence and mortality in Kingdom of Bahrain, a summary about this, the incidence and mortality in Bahrain. As you know, the burden of cancer is a major public health and economic issue. It is burden and set to spiral. Cancer is the second leading cause of death worldwide, and 10 million deaths in 2020 as registered were attributed for cancer. Low and middle income countries show their most of the cancer burden. In 2020, out of the nearly 10 million cancer-related deaths worldwide, 70% of them were in low and middle income countries. Cancer is already an important public health problem in the Eastern Mediterranean region, IMRO, and will become increasingly important, not only in the term of rank order as infectious or better control, but also in terms of incidence and mortality, which will both increase as population continue to grow and age, and as risk factors for cancer associated with the greater influence increase. Cancer is the fourth ranked cause of death in the region after cardiovascular disease, infectious parasitic disease, and injuries. It is estimated that cancer kills 272,000 people each year in the region. In addition, the largest increase in cancer incidence among the WHO region in the next 15 years is likely to be in the Eastern Mediterranean region, with projection modeling predicting an increase of between 100% and 180%. If we will go according to this slide, you will see the estimated number of prevalence cases within 5 years in 2020. All cancer, both sex, all age, you will see the Asian around 40.8%, in Europe 26.7%, North American 18.7%, Africa 14.3%, and Oceania, which is in Australia and others, island, around 2%. If you will go to estimate age standardized incidence rate world in 2020, both sex all age, you will see the breast is coming in the first, then prostate, lung, colorectum, cervix, stomach, liver, corpus uteri. This is around the world. And this is the top cancer per country estimated age standardized incidence rate. Around, if you will see, according to the color, breast is the main, the top of the cancer incidence. Estimated age standard mortality, also this is in the world, you will see according to the this map. And if you will go to our region, IMRO region, this is the estimated age standardized incidence rate, all cancer, both sex and in all ages. And also this is about our region. What is action taken by WHO? The World Health Resolution on Cancer Prevention and Control in May 2005, the World Health Assembly adopted resolution on cancer prevention and control. This is in the World Health Assembly 58. The cancer by comprehensive developing and reinforcing cancer control programs. Because of the wealth of available knowledge, all countries can, in accordance with their resources, implement the 6 basic components of cancer control: prevention, early detection, treatment, palliative care, registry, and cancer research, and thus avoid and cure many cancer as well as palliative the suffering from cancer. In each World Health Assembly, we have all the countries, we have to submit their progress in what, member state and WHO, they have to send their, what is going on in these countries. If we'll go to a Gulf strategic plan to reduce cancer burden in GCC, cancer prevalence in Gulf Cooperation Council countries is projected to increase, leading to a major burden on the economy. Policymakers in GCC countries have invested in the development of national cancer control strategy to address the current and future burden of cancer through different initiatives and policies for prevention, early detection, management of cancer. These strategies include capacity building, health education, and global partnership to strengthen healthcare system. We start with the strategic plan in GCC from 2010, 2020, but now they developed, and I will not tackle in details because Dr. Ali Zahrani, I would like to thank him. He will give the details about what is going on regarding strategy plan in Gulf GCC. At the present, we have initiated a Gulf CDC, and this will be under its umbrella, and we will follow our strategic plan through the Gulf CDC, which is established since 2 years by the معالي الوزراء والقادة. اعتمدوا إنشاء مركز مكافحة الأمراض في الخليج. This is الخطة الخليجية التنفيذية لمكافحة السرطان. بيتكلم عنها الدكتور علي بالتفصيل، وطبعا احنا كدول الخليج ملتزمين بتنفيذ الخطة والاستراتيجية وفي متابعة مستمرة من مجلس الصحة الخليجي لدول مجلس التعاون. Bahrain Cancer Plan, we'll go to Bahrain Cancer Plan. The National Committee to Combat Chronic Non-Communicable Disease was established in 2012 by His Highness Prime Minister Decree number 18. It includes a multi-sectorial team, members represented various governmental agents and non-governmental relevant professional association and Bahrain Cancer Society, one of its members. نشكر الدكتور عبد الرحمن فخرو الأب الروحي عضو في هذه اللجنة الوطنية لمكافحة الأمراض المزمنة واللي تشمل السرطان، مكافحة السرطان. The Kingdom of Bahrain Cancer Plan is adopted from the Global Cancer Plan and in line with the Gulf Cancer Plan with similar overall objectives and operational action and indicators, and the Kingdom working in collaboration with the other Gulf countries through the Gulf Health Council and Gulf Center for Disease Control, Gulf CDC. The Kingdom of Bahrain emphasized the importance of developing health for and maybe I would start my will tell and all checking of and this of science say is you the importance of so why want to and some maybe was with trade from China and 3,000 or when there is mil more can more now rate and some count 6 in 8 or there is with and 0 or with then there and to and and the where 5 or 1 or made rate to 1 and 3 9 in in two of 20 in 1 it is 40% male to 46 some and challenging new the and this in this of This is some of the book of maybe the I would to also and uh, prevention of skipping it way before fully the past limit limit for you avoid COVID and I would thank the diet for uh, comfort.
Thank you for this point. Uh, the parent, good. على the executive health for control action. Civil science and care at self hospital. He is very home the and the third from the war period king and as with 6,000 for 2007 exert for control to 3 and the G is what is
some la so right the kind for the let to you the the rest in the country but some it's okay start that to this three then to to so and I should the got the seven uh say he help was the as national sorry uh, and this can start uh, uh, so it so constellation the in 8,000 with in the other data and that so between 4,000 uh, uh, sort of was the so this part to 5 year digit for digit but without to as in was something to rate and was that some profit like some at the time of this the and take the cases. Between 2000 and year, we have made studies of polarized the while the and I manage risk and so adopt some sort of with body very or you see is not control just when I tell come be 5 6 and sign public and for the the is one that aspects that enables and strengthen the collaboration between the GCC countries. So the CDC was approved in 2021, and this year it has, I think it was announced maybe last week or a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and the mission is to foster harmonization, build knowledge, and generate evidence to enable the prevention of communicable and non-communicable diseases, mitigation of public health emergencies, and promotion of healthy communities across the Gulf. It will focus on 3 main areas: programs, policies and practices, training and development, and research. So I'll take you back to the cancer registration, my area of interest, and I'll just highlight the or make some sort of situation analysis for the cancer registries in the Gulf region. All GCC countries, they have well-established national or population-based cancer registration. The eldest was in Kuwait, goes back to 97, Saudi Arabia in 94, Oman in 96, and other GCC countries started in 98. All of them, they started with the active process of data collection, and then they moved towards passive collection of data collection. Quality control, majority periodic, and then some of the registries, they started some sort of instant data quality assurance, maybe using some of the technical ways of doing the check programs for the data to ensure the quality of the data. Training is available occasionally for tumor registrars, and also using the WHO software CANREG, either 4 or 5. 2 countries, they built their own platform, that Qatar and United Arab Emirates. The latest published reports, 2018, most of the countries, Kuwait 2017, and United Arab Emirates 2019. All of the reports, they cover the incidence of cancer in the region, and some of them they do mortality, and Kuwait does the survival as well. Reports are available as hard copy or PDF, and the data utilization and mostly in descriptive epidemiology, and some of them they provide some cases for clinical studies. During the 20 years between 98 and 2017, we have in our database more than 250,000 cases, and these are only the nationals of GCC without the expat. The average age standardized rate was 121 among male and 129 among female per 100,000 population. The largest country with the reported, the average incidence was in Qatar, and the lowest was in Saudi Arabia. And here you can see almost 60% of the cases, almost 60% of cases are reported among people aged below 60. Stage of disease, majority, more than half or about half of the cases presented with regional or distant metastasis. On average, less than 1/3 presented with localized tumor, and less than 1% presented with in situ. However, recently, more recently, the trend is moving for localized tumors, comparing 1998 with 2017. It moved from 22% up to 40%. 42% of male cancers are the colorectal, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, leukemia, prostate, and lung, and almost 57% of female cancers are breast cancer, thyroid, colorectal, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and leukemias. The trend of cancer is increasing from 98 to 2012. There is annual increase of 5%, and we expect this to continue by at least 5%. A significant increase in the trend of colorectal and Hodgkin lymphomas and liver, and decrease trend in liver were observed in both genders. Increased trend in breast cancer and thyroid in female and prostate in male. Steady sort of trend for leukemia, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and stomach cancers. As you know, age is the fundamental cause for cancer, and the GCC population is young population. In 1980, the median age was about 20 years. In 2020, the median age for GCC populations is almost 30 years, and we expect by 2060, the median age will increase to 40. And if you can see, this is the population pyramid of the GCC countries, and we have the age standardized rate 121 for male and 129 for female, and we expect by 2060 will be similar to the UK, where we have almost fourfold increase of cancer incidence. And the question here, are we ready? Are our facilities ready to receive that huge number of cases? So I think we should understand how disease develop and try to do our efforts to prevent the disease before it comes. And one of the important cause for cancer, which can be modified and can be prevented, is tobacco. It is associated with up to 30% of cancers, and also associated by at least 15 cancer types. The prevalence in our region is very high. It goes as low, the lowest was Oman, about 10%, and the highest was in Bahrain, 25%. The highest prevalence among female, unfortunately, is also in Bahrain. And more worrying is that the young females are also, the trend of smoking among young females are also increasing in other countries. So tobacco contributes in our region at least 16% of all cancer types. So what has been achieved during the last decades, all of the GCC, they signed the WHO Framework Convention to Tobacco Control. Several legislation were implemented, including banning of smoking in public areas, regulation of tobacco packaging, prohibition of tobacco advertisement, age restriction to be more than 18 years, and increase the tax by 100%. In addition to the public awareness and also smoking cessation services. In 2020, 80% of the KPIs of the World Framework Convention to Tobacco Control were introduced and implemented in the GCC countries. Unfortunately, the remaining challenge is that the tobacco market is still increasing, and it's expected to increase in the United States by 3.4% between 2020 and 2030. And as I mentioned, the increased trend of smoking among young youth population is also a big challenge. In lifestyle, we know that obesity and physical inactivity are associated with several cancer types. Maybe due to the rapid changes in lifestyle, including increased consumption of an unhealthy diet, sedentary lifestyle. These have resulted in increased prevalence of obesity and overweight. 5 of the GCC are among the top 10 fattest countries in the world by WHO report in 2017. Kuwait has the highest prevalence of 42%, and Saudi Arabia 35%, United Arab Emirates 33.7%, Qatar 33.1%, and Bahrain is not far away, it's about 29%. So what has been achieved on lifestyle changes and modification? GCC countries took several measures to promote healthy lifestyles. And these were like, in Bahrain, introduction of family awareness programs with the collaboration of family medicine. In Saudi Arabia, the ban of sale of soft drinks and unhealthy foods in primary schools, and that also was implemented in Qatar. In 2019, most of GCC countries implemented mandatory calorie labels to promote healthy diet. Remaining challenges: the high prevalence of people with obesity and overweight in the region, and a school ban of soft drinks and unhealthy foods not yet implemented in 4 of the GCC countries. This is one of the initiatives that was taken by the Gulf Center for Cancer Control and Prevention in collaboration with the Gulf Federation for Cancer Control and Prevention, and which was the Cancer Gulf Awareness Week that goes during the first week of February. It started in 2016. It was highly appreciated by the GCC health ministers, and it was approved to do it annually. 7 annual campaigns were conducted. More than 40 strategic partners from the NGOs are doing the very good job. This year, we had more than 2,000 activities organized in different places, in public and in media. Remaining challenge is we need more of this. We need more of awareness, not only during the February, but also during during the year, and also to focus on cancer specific, like October for breast cancer. We need probably for lung and prostate. We need to shed lights to direct the public awareness about these 2 important tumors. Here are some snaps of the previous year awareness programs. And in conclusion, during past decade, GCC government have invested in more organized national cancer control strategies and action plans. However, life expectancy of GCC nationals is prolonged more than 75 years, and this will bring more people to be prone to be susceptible for cancer. Prevalence of modifiable risk factors, obesity, smoking, and consumption of a healthy diet is also increasing in our region. As I mentioned, 60% of cancer cases occurs before the age of 60, and majority of them, they present with advanced disease. That means we are dealing with the most difficult cases. Only prevention can reduce cancer incidence, and only early detection and treatment can improve survival. Therefore, national cancer control strategy plans must balance prevention, early detection, and treatment in order to lower cancer burden in the Gulf region. Recommendation is to strengthen cancer awareness activities, That's the primary prevention and the first pillar of the GCC strategy. Strengthen national cancer registries, enable them and with the appropriate linkages, especially the national platforms, to improve the documentation and incidence mortality treatment, to have a better understanding and estimates of the burden of the disease in each country. Assess and improve timely access to cancer care facilities, invest in capacity building and development of a specialized workforce in cancer prevention, early detection, and management. By doing this, we hope that we can save life. ومن أحياها فكأنما أحيا الناس جميعا. Thank you so much.
Ali, thank you very much for taking us through the journey of the history of the GCC strategic plan, which I enjoyed very much, and the challenges so far achievement. So thank you very much.
It's my pleasure to introduce the third speaker, Dr. Abdurrahman Fakhru, Chairman of Bahrain Cancer Society. He's a senior consultant surgeon of breast specialist in Fakhru Medical Clinic and King Abdullah University, Royal Bahrain Hospital. Dr. Fakhru, please.
بعد حاطين صورتي شلون؟ Okay, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee to give me this opportunity to stand in front of you, and I hope that I will keep you awake, give you non-boring lecture about the role of Bahrain Cancer Society. Now, you can read and you can listen, so choose whatever you want. Now, Bahrain Cancer Society established in 1991, non-profitable. Whenever you don't have any business, it is absolutely a social committee formed by patient, we have one mission. Our mission was community-based, voluntary organization dedicated to increase awareness. Our main goal is to increase awareness about cancer. And for this, when we started our campaign to do a breast screening program, we have to, first of all, educate the public. You cannot do any screening unless you educate the public. And you have to remember that if you are going to do any screening, you have to be sure that your screening is not harmful. Thanks God that breast cancer, when you are doing screening, it is not harmful. It is only just X-rays, mammography and sonography. And the contrary, if you are doing screening for colon cancer, you have to remember that this is very invasive. Now you have to be careful when you are doing, screening. Most people, they said, we will do this and that. But you have, to stand and speak to the people. You have to have the acceptance of the community. If you tell them that I will do for you just, screening for cancer without telling them what you are going to do, it is prohibited. As I said, our goal is first of all is knowledge. You have to be very sincere with your people, telling them what you are doing to do for them. You have to provide the community, patient and their family with evidence-based. I'm coming to this because this is not only just a propaganda for Bahrain Cancer Society. We are working day and night. We are working, to just educate the public. And you will understand later when I come what we have, suffered to do this. So our aim is early detection. Everybody knows. Now, Dr. Mariam said cancer is the fourth killing. It is not. It is not. It is number one, because you can prevent smoking. You can, allow people not to drive car unless they are mature and they know how to drive. So accident, cardiovascular system, blah, 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 blah. You can control this. But cancer, so far, you cannot control it. You don't know what is the main cause of cancer. As simple as that. So it should be, I believe it should be at the top of the rank. Maybe Dr. Ali Zahrani agree or disagree. He's laughing. We have also to do patient support. Now, you know that, the problem with cancer, the main problem is denial. If you tell anybody about cancer, he will never listen to you. This is called of denial. Lady has, lump in her breast. She wants to go to the doctor. She knows that this is something wrong. But what she think, first of all, that if she has cancer, then they will amputate her breast. Number one. Number two, that, her husband might leave her. And it happened. Number three, nobody will look after her kids. And so many socio-economic, problem after that. So they denied the disease. They don't, unless you educate them, telling them that this is hopefully a curable disease. Now, in 90s, me and doctors, God bless his soul, Dr. Najib, we did a pilot study. This pilot study in the 90s, we found that, cancer of the breast is a major health problem. Having said that, and looking at this is from Dr. Ali Zahrani, and he is just asking me that the number of cases is increasing in Bahrain because of the screening program. Now, see the number here is around, 40. This is 2003. Now, if you go 2004, more or less same, but it is increasing. And if you go to 2005 versus 50, this is, I'm talking about breast cancer. Just give you an example. This is the case we are seeing. This is not from textbook. This is my cases. Now, you will feel sad that a lady come to you with this. Not only this, her husband, he doesn't know that she has this. It is unbelievable that when the husband, he doesn't know that his wife has this type of tumor. When you ask him, he got annoyed. Why he is annoyed? Because he says, I don't know. Now the answer is with you. This is the case. I put only just for you example. There is another, cases which is, I don't like, to put it here because you won't believe it. Anybody, keep this legion with her and she comes to you after, 1 year or something like this. So for this reason, we educate the lady. We have tremendous, activity in this field. Now, nature, history, biology of breast, everybody knows this. But the amazing thing that, cancer behavior, it varies. Some of them, they grow very fast. I'm not talking about lactating lady. I am talking about, an ordinary case you are saying. Some of the cancer grow very fast. And the median survival rate for a patient with metastases is 2 years. And the tail is prolonged. Now, some breast cancer will double in size within a few days. See the odd behavior of this type of cancer. Some breast cancer, as I said, will become, double in size in 2,000 days. You don't know why it is behaving like this. Average doubling time for a human, I'm not talking about, animal, is about, more than 2,000. So remember this. And some breast cancer will double in size within a few days. Other will take 2,000 days. I repeat this. This is repetitive for you to understand. Cancer can be palpated. Okay. Nobody can palpate cancer when it is, less than 2 centimeters. Anybody telling you that he can palpate the cancer, which is less than 2 centimeters, he is mistaken. So cancer must be reached to 1 centimeter for you as a clinician to feel it. Now forget about mammography or sonography. Now, if you have a lady with cancer, one breast, it contains 1 billion cells. The doubling time, 30% doubling of the single cells. 25 to 30% of a tumor will have overexpression of ERB2 oncogen. Now forget about this. Distant metastasis distant metastasis have rapid growing from the disease. And this is, very fearful. Greater resistance, even the distant metastasis will have, a resistance to the chemo or whatever you are giving the patient. Is cancer has a cause? A lot of people, they say cancer has no cause. Of course has a cause, but we are still ignorant. We don't know what is the cause. We are observing something, as Mariam or Dr. Ali mentioned, and I come to this, on a quick, if you allow me. Now, any disease has a cause. Discovering the cause may spare future generation of the disease. Many major disease has no longer a threatened life. Not only just the disease, even though the accident or whatever it is. Now, prevention is the only one we can do is prevention. You have to prevent. A prevention is a cure. This is everybody know of you. If you're a doctor or non-doctor, you know that, in the past, they found that there's scrotal cancer because of the chimney cleaner. Those poor chaps, they go up, they clean, the chimney for Buckingham Palace or whatever it is. And Bahrain, we don't have because we are living in very hot country. And we have blood cancer because of those who are working in the industries. They inhale all of this toxic material. And we have lung cancer in the asbestos, which is not anymore, used. Cigarette smoking, this is Mariam Al-Hajri, I think, job. Environmental, chemical, ionizing radiation, blah, blah, blah. And lifestyle behavior. I'll come to this because people, they're always talking about obesity. But they don't know why the obesity is associated with cancer. Now, these factors, what is this? These These factors has been demonstrated to react with the chromosome. The mainstay of cancer is changing of the chromosome. And once this chromosome been damaged, it is irreversible. Exactly as you are, going to buy something of the market, the first thing you have to find that, the label that is patent. It means it is, excellent. Now, what happened to your body? That each cell has a code. Once this code has been damaged, that's it. Now, sometimes you go to buy, something from UK, you will find, it is rejected. Some of the stores rejected item. You go there, you want to buy, for example, what we just give you example, plates or whatever it is. You look at the plates up and down, see where is the defect. You won't find it. The factory, they know it is damaged. There is something wrong. So it is a rejected item exactly in the body. If this rejected, if the salt has been damaged, it will escape. Once it escapes from, and once it escape from your body, it will lead to formation of, cancer cells. Once genetic factor of the cell system undergo change, it is irreversible. A neoplastic conversion began with the production of altered DNA. Now, what is the Bahrain Cancer Society? I am coming now to this, if you allow me. Do I have time? Or you want me to stop and go and sit there? At Bahrain Cancer Society, we are focusing on all cancer risk factor. Okay? Everybody knows what is the cancer risk factor. Now, you have to understand there are two risk factors. I put them here, try just to make them, easy for you. There is hormonal, and there is non-hormonal. Now, everybody knows that exposure to estrogen leads to increased cancer. We know, and everybody knows that the first things, when you are doing your surgery, you ask for the hormonal receptor of the tumor. So you send them to Aisha. Aisha said, no, waiting for the hormonal tumor. Comes to her that it is estrogen, positive. She started and so and so. Progesterone negative, Herceptin, blah, 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 and she treated her. Now, estrogen, which is, I think, the glamour of the life of lady. The lady, the lady, they are stronger than men because of estrogen. The lady, they survive more than men because of estrogen. Once the lady has menopause, she will get, osteoporosis, she will get cardiovascular, she will get everything. So this estrogen has double action. This is number one cause of breast cancer. So we encourage lady to do what? To get married. If she got married, she will conceive. If she will conceive, we will prevent estrogen to affect her body. For this reason, some of those who got menopausal syndrome and they want to still, they still want to be young, active, they used to take external estrogen. This is a knife with double-sided sharp cutting end, because estrogen will lead to formation of cancer, 6%, if I am still remembering this. And we encourage them, especially those who get, their menarche at younger age, and they got their menopause at, later age. So the period is wide, and their breast exposed to estrogen. So we encourage them to get married, to get, breastfeeding after that, and blah, blah, blah. Now here the obesity. Here I put it for you, why the obesity related to cancer. Adipose tissue in general converted to androstenedione. And this one in itself is estrogen, mimic estrogen action. Not only just because you are متينة ضعف روحك. No, it is not متينة ضعف روحك. because she will be having this. So you have to remember why we say change lifestyle. Non-hormonal, everybody knows about. There is genetics which cannot, change it. Hereditary factors when you are taking history. Exposure to radiation, thanks God, it is, away from us. But don't listen to what they said when you have thyroid disease and they give you radioactive isotopes, whether a tablet or whatever it is, you will develop breast cancer. Don't listen to what you call it, this social media. They are talking rubbish. Other factors such smoking. Now, what Bahrain Cancer Society achieved, what we achieved, as Ali noticed, and he told me that, your campaign was very successful in a way that, we get more cancer cases. In 2005, we signed agreement with the Ministry of Health. In brief, I don't want, to make it boring with you. And we started our breast screening. And I told them, don't say breast screening to discover cancer because nobody will come. We said to discover any breast disease. So we have to give lecture, we have to put pamphlet, we have blah, 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 blah. And we accept, you have to address people. I went to the school, secondary school, and they accepted that they will go for this. Alas, I was so happy. So in year 2005, in August, I remember, we sent 50,000 invitation for all Bahraini lady age 40 and above. This is another story. Why 40 and why not 50? However, we sent more than 50,000. You know how many people came? How many lady came? 1,000. Okay, this is for your information. Now here, campaign Bahrain National Screening Program started there. The main purpose was to achieve a degree of health service for individual. This is the most important, and population that match the desired health outcome, which is consistent with the current medical knowledge. This is what you call it, quality care. Now we launch this, invite this, as I told you, and we have to give them questionnaire, ask them whether they are smoking. Most of them are smoking, but they deny they are smoking. Most of them, they take hormone, but they deny it, and so many things. I have a questionnaire, but if you look at the questionnaire, you won't believe it. We invite 52 women underwent screening, only 24. This is after 5 years. We used to keep sending, we send them, a letter. Every year we repeat this. So at the end of the day, we only screen 24,000. Now, invitation 52, women underwent screening 24, number of cases called, because when we see them and we found when you are doing screening, you are not examining the patient. The lady, she goes there, walk in, had mammography, then you have to give this X-ray to the mammographist. He will read. So we have to have 3. 2 must agree that there is something wrong with the breast. If there is any debate between them, then we have to give it to somebody who's neutral to tell yes or no. This is also very important for you when you are doing screening. So number of cases, 3,579 being referred to Salmania because there is doubt that there is something wrong. We did for them everything. spot examination, fine needle aspiration, sometimes true cat, biopsy, whatever it is, trying to find out whether they have a lesion or not. Now we found that only 186 cancer. Remember, this is only done by Bahrain Cancer. Parapasu, as they are saying, the Ministry of Health doing their own, mammography or whatever it is. So this is just, I don't think that I have time to go through all of this. So just please have a look and see. This is the number of cases, Salmania, and how many, Bahrain Cancer Society. And I just go and tell you again, this is, the number one. Okay, this is the breast. And see the number is increasing, breast. This is for, what is our message? Cancer has an impact on individual, family, society. So in Bahrain Cancer Society, we believe that each one of us affected by cancer. BCS encourage and support research, with so far we haven't done any research because it needs a hell amount of money, because our campaign cost us more than 1 million Bahraini dinar. Okay, and we have to have a meaningful discussion on the causes, prevention, and the treatment of cancer. At the end, I would like to thank you for listening to me and hope I was not, giving you a wrong information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdurrahman, for this very nice, elegant, educational presentation. And now we are shifted to fourth speaker.
If you allow me to introduce my colleague, Dr. Iman Janahi. She is currently the Chief Medical Review Office in Ministry of Health and head of Bahrain Cancer Registry. She attended many workshops related to registry in the MENA region, coordinated by the American University of Beirut and International Agency of Cancer Registry. She conducted many research in the field of cancer, and she was the main author of many published work. Recently, she was a part of survey group in staging practices and breast cancer staging among population-based registries of the MENA region, which was published in the epidemiology journals as well as many other publications. Dr. Iman has won the prize of Sheikh Mohammed Research Prize for the Best Published Research 2016, in addition to the Prince Salman bin Hamad Medal of Medical Merit. Welcome with me, Dr. Iman. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Good morning. It's my pleasure and honor to participate in this conference. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Dr. Aisha, the organizer. Okay, today we're going to talk about 4 topics. We start with Bahrain Cancer Registry, objectives, operation, and improving. Second, about the latest publications, collaborations, and workshops. Third topic will be about cancer incidence in Kingdom of Bahrain, statistics, childhood, and mortality. And last, the global comparison. Well, according to Ministerial Decree 5/1994, cancer notification became mandatory, and all physicians in Kingdom of Bahrain are obligated to report all cancer cases to Bahrain Cancer Registry at Medical Review Office. The objective of Bahrain Cancer Registry is to provide an accurate database on the incident cases of cancer in Kingdom of Bahrain, to monitor the trends of cancer, to guide policymakers in setting priorities for control and management of cancer, to provide researchers and clinicians with population-based information on the number and type of cancer cases. And last, it's an essential element in planning and monitoring of cancer control strategies and for identifying priorities in public health. Well, Bahrain Cancer Registry actually is a population-based registry covering all residents in Bahrain. In medical review office at Ministry of Health, we collect data from many health facilities. We collected from IGA, Overseas Committee, Salmania Medical Center, Bahrain Oncology Center, in which all the private hospitals they report to, and finally, Royal Medical Services. After we pull the data from all these areas, we share back and forth information with WHO agencies, IACR and IARC, that I'm going to mention about later. We do collect data on demographic data, epidemiological, clinical, and pathological. We start with personal data, type of cancer, anatomical site, tumor stage, histological data, date of diagnosis, hospital treatment, and finally, the follow-up. After we collect the data, we use the CanRec software. We were using the CanRec 4. Recently, we launched the CanRec 5 in the office. The benefit of using this international software, it's got the duplicate checking facility, so the cases will not be registered more than once. After assessing the consistency and validity of the data, we do enter it and use the ICD-03, International Classification of Disease for Oncology 3. Then we do the data analysis and producing the cancer report. Okay, this is how we improved our registry. Initially, we started in 1998 using the paper-based. In 2009, the electronic death were launched. In 2010, we used the overseas record, plus we updated to electronic cancer notification. In 2019, we used unified database. In 2021, we used advanced database with more information. These are the medical review publications since 2011 till now. And this is the latest publication. We launched it in March 2022. We studied 10 years cancer from 2009 till 2018, cancer incidence and mortality in Kingdom of Bahrain. Now, our collaboration is mainly with two agencies belong to WHO. The first one is the International Agency for Research on Cancer. It gives us the technical support for cancer researches and control. And the other one is International Association of Cancer Registries, in which Bahrain is a voting member in this association. And they give us the technical support for all the registries. They do a continuous monitoring, auditing on our data. This is the last collaboration with IARC. They published an article in Cancer Epidemiology Journal. I was one of the staging survey group, and they studied the staging practices and breast cancer stage among population-based registry in the MENA region. Bahrain was chosen among 23 cancer population-based registries. You can find it online. We participated in the workshop conducted by American University of Beirut, and we studied the initiative for cancer registration in Middle East, North Africa, and Turkey. In that workshop, we put the strategies for improving the registries. We highlighted the challenges. We explore progress, propose solution, foster coordination, and we exchange idea. Now, the second topic is the cancer incidence in Kingdom of Bahrain. I've chosen the last 5 years, from 2017 till 2021. As you see, the total number registered at Bahrain Cancer Registry in the last 5 years were 5,959 cancer cases. Among those, 5,031 cases were Bahrainis and 928 non-Bahrainis. And in both categories, the female incidence in the female was much higher than the male. This is the trend of cancer. As you see, the numbers are increasing through the years. We reached 1,282 cases in 2021. And again, we studied the Bahrainis and non-Bahrainis. In all years, the percentage of Bahrainis are much higher. We reached 1,115 in 2021 versus 167 cases in non-Bahrainis. And here the age standardized incidence rates of cancer among Bahrainis, as you see, for both gender, they are increasing, while in the non-Bahrainis, both are decreasing. The most common cancer site in all years for the female was breast cancer, and for the male was the colorectal cancer, except in 2018, we reported the prostate cancer to be the first one. Now, the most common cancer among Bahraini national and both male and female, as you see, the breast cancer is number 1, followed by corpus luteal and third colorectal. Whereas in male, we find the colorectal number 1, prostate, and then lung. And here again, the top 10 for the non-Bahrainis. Breast cancer is for the female, colorectal for the male. Here, the cancer incidence in Kingdom of Bahrain, according to governorate, the highest percentage was reported in the capital governorate, followed by the northern, then Muharraq, and last the southern. Now, the childhood cancer, the total number of cases are higher in the earlier age group from 0 to 4, decreasing later at age of 10 to 14. The average annual age-specific incidence rate among Bahraini children, as you see, in the boys, the numbers again are higher in 0 to 4 age and decreasing at 10 to 14, while the female remain the same in both age categories. However, among the non-Bahrainis, the female average annual age-specific incidence rate increasing at the later ages, at age of 10 to 14, while the boys remaining same as Bahraini children. Now, the cancer mortality within the 5 years, we reported 2,346 cases, death cases. Among those, 2,109 were Bahrainis and 237 non-Bahrainis, and in both categories as well, the female death was higher than the male. Here is the global comparison. This is estimated number published by Globocan in 2020, showed again the incidence rate of breast cancer is the highest in Bahrain, and the colorectal is the number 1 in the male in Bahrain. Now we're gonna watch a short movie about Bahrain Cancer Registry. Hopefully we can. Okay. بدون صوت عايشة؟ ما في صوت. واقفة؟ Okay. سجل البحرين للسرطان هو سجل وطني يشمل جميع حالات السرطان للبحرينيين والمقيمين في مملكة البحرين، حيث أن مكتب المراجعة الطبية متمثلاً بوزارة الصحة هي الجهة المسؤولة عن تسجيل حالات السرطان في مملكة البحرين. من أهداف السجل الوطني تجميع قاعدة بيانات دقيقة عن حالات السرطان في مملكة البحرين ورصد اتجاهات المرض من أجل تحديد أولويات مكافحة السرطان وعلاجه، بالإضافة إلى تزويد الباحثين والأطباء بمعلومات عن عدد وأنواع حالات السرطان. يعزز السجل الوطني مبدأ الشراكة المجتمعية مع المستشفيات الحكومية والخاصة في المملكة المتمثلة في مجمع السلمانية الطبي، مركز البحرين للأورام بمستشفى الملك حمد الجامعي، ومستشفى قوة دفاع البحرين، بالإضافة إلى المستشفيات الخاصة التي تقوم بتزويد السجل بالمعلومات.
تم تحديث آلية تبليغ عن حالات السرطان من مكتب المراجعة الطبية ووزارة الصحة بالتعاون مع مستشفى قوة دفاع البحرين لضمان جودة وصحة البيانات في السجل الوطني، حيث يتم إرسال قائمة ببيانات مرضى السرطان بشكل دوري لمكتب المراجعة الطبية.
يستقبل مركز البحرين للأورام حالات السرطان المحولة من مختلف المستشفيات الحكومية والخاصة في البحرين بعد مناقشتها وتوثيقها ووضع الخطة العلاجية في المجلس الوطني البحريني للأورام. وينسق المجلس الوطني للأورام مع مكتب المراجعة الطبية في وزارة الصحة من أجل تحويل كامل البيانات وحفظها في السجل الوطني للسرطان.
يتم فحص البيانات وتحليلها باستخدام برنامج كانريك 4، حيث يتضمن البرنامج وحدات للقيام بإدخال البيانات ومراقبة الجودة. تم التعاون مع مجمع السلمانية الطبي بانتداب مسجل أورام لتسجيل جميع حالات السرطان باستخدام التصنيف الدولي للأورام ICD-03، ويتم التدقيق على جودة هذه البيانات من قبل الوكالة الدولية لسجل السرطان التابعة لمنظمة الصحة العالمية. كما يقوم السجل بمراجعة القائمة السنوية بالوفيات الناجمة عن السرطان وقوائم المرضى الذين يتلقون العلاج في الخارج ليتم التأكد من تسجيل جميع حالات السرطان. يقوم مكتب المراجعة الطبية بإصدار كتب دورية عن معدلات الإصابة بالسرطان في مملكة البحرين لكي تكون المرجع لصناع القرار ووضع الاستراتيجيات الصحية من أجل توثيق أنماط المرض وقياس عبء السرطان وتقييم اتجاهات الإصابة بالمرض. شكرا جزيلا.
دكتورة إيمان, very interesting. I spotted myself in one of the slides when I was in BOC. So شكرا وايد, very interesting.
Now we open the floor for panel discussion. Any questions?
السلام عليكم. أنا الأستاذ الدكتور محسن سباك، بروفيسور كلية طب البصرة من العراق طبعا. شكرا جزيلا أولا للمحاضرين جميعا. أنا صراحة كنا نتوقع نسمع اليوم مو ستاتستيك، يعني كنا نتوقع اليوم نسمع what are the steps to be taking to decrease the incidence of cancer. And as you know أنا أكو فيجر طلعت صراحة ما أعرف إذا كانت real figures exactly، لأنه إحنا بالنسبة لنا المفروض ناخذ الديستريبيوشن مال المجتمع البحريني، يعني ايش قد النمبر اوف فيميلز ايش قد النمبر اوف ميلز حتى نعرف انه الديستريبيوشن صحيح. هذا النمبر اوف كيسز مثلا من ياخذون ستدي ياخذون نون بحريني وبحريني، النون بحريني ايش قد عددهم بالنسبه للتوتال، البحرين ايش قد عددهم بالنسبه للتوتال. يعني ما نقدر نسوي مقارنه بين عدد قليل نون بحريني مع عدد البحرين كله كامل ايش قد الفيجرز مع الكانسر. صراحه يمكن انه الكل يتفق معي انه البريفنشن هو رقم واحد اكثر من الكيوراتيف، يعني التريتمنت. تعرف اذا ادفانس كيسز حسب التقارير اللي قدمت من قبل الزملاء، يعني الديسكفري اوف كانسر it comes too late. يعني so the treatment would be so difficult for the surgeon for all people. يعني يمكن كل الجراح ولا طبيب النساء ولا اي واحد لما تيجي advanced case of cancer cervix او advanced case of endometrial cancer ما يقدر يتعامل وياها مثل ما يتعامل والايرلي ريكوجنيشن. فشو الستيبس اللي اتخذت من قبل القائمين على برنامج الكانسر ريجستري وغيره to decrease the incident؟ يعني احنا مو الهدف انه انا اسوي سكريننج ال 4000 5000 لان اكو شيء اسمه كوست بنفيت، يعني ما معقول اني اجيب 5000 وحده اسوي لهم سكريننج، بينما ممكن انا ذول 5000 اسويهم 500. اقول ذول الانكلودد مثلا اللي بالكانسر بريست اللي هو كومنست ليدنج كوز اوف ديث بالعالم كله مو فقط بالبحرين. يعني ذول اني اقول مثلا الانمرد، تعرف الكانسر اعلى يصير عندهم، النون بريست فيدر اللي عندهم فاكتورز انكريز بريست كانسر، اعزلهم هذول كليتهم، هذول اسوي لهم سكرين. اذا انا ما عندي امكانيه، والله اذا البلد عنده امكانيه وشيء متوفر ممكن يسوي جلوبال سكريننج لاول كيسز. بس طبعا اكيد يعني الحمل والرضاعه فاكتور كلش عالي to decrease the possibility of cancer breast. بالنسبه للسيرفكس الكل تعرف طبعا همين الايرلي ديتكشن، يعني سمبل باب سمير ممكن ما يكلف اي شيء. ممكن انه اذا تجي تعطي تعليمات تقول دول المتزوجين اكثر من واحد، اللي عندهم مثلا history of sexual transmitted diseases، اللي الايج جروب مالتهم ممكن they got cancer service، هذول تسوي لهم early cognition، وذول تسوي لهم simple test باب سمير بابينيكولو سمير، تقدر تعرف انه تقدر تسوي early detection مع cervical intraepithelial neoplasia in its early stages بال1 وال2 وال3 اللي هي اقصى مرحله توصل الكارسينوما انسايد. فصراحه يعني احنا كان نتمنى انه نسمع يعني الستيبس اللي اتخذت، شنو عدد المراكز، شنو الشغلات اللي دي يسووها حتى يعطون جنرال انفورميشن. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا على السؤال. دكتور عبد الرحمن.
Doctor, he is mixing issue. There are two separate issues. He said talk about first he was talking about cancer breast, and he shifted to the cancer of cervix. Now, to the best of my knowledge, I just will answer this, that all cervix in Bahrain has well controlled. We are doing for the last 30 years pap smear. Finish. Now, the problem now in Obsangani, are you Obsangani or you are general surgeon, doctor? You are Obsangani? Yes. Now, the problem now in ladies is the cancer ovary. This is the silent disease. Now, most of the cancer ovary come to you at the late stage. For this reason, 10 years ago, I requested the Ministry of Health to accept our donation of, a sonography machine. And we have chosen the Hammertown, I think, Health Center to install this. So some disease, I just want to answer, and that it is fatal. Now, if you noticed that, I think Dr. Ali agree with me, that the incidence of cancer cervix is coming down and down and down, because thanks to the pap smear. Okay, but the cancer ovary, which is a fatal disease, because that is silent and nobody can tell you about this. Most of the patients come to you with ascites, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Now, other things you have mentioned it, and you have to answer him regarding, the incidence of breast, whatever it is. Thank you.
شكرا للدكتور. أنا بس عندي بعض الإجابات. هو كان he don't want the statistics، بس هذه إحنا لازم نكون على بينة. We have our statistic in IMRO region, in GCC, and in Bahrain. What mentioned Dr. Ali and Dr. Iman. I want to tell you regarding our strategic plan to combat the cancer in Bahrain. We are working together through the National Committee for Prevention of NCD, which include cancer. We have a good program in primary healthcare. We have 28 healthcare centers in Bahrain. For example, for ladies, we have antenatal, postnatal clinic. For ladies, we did a periodic women examination, pap smear, and also, as Dr. Abdurrahman mentioned regarding screening. We have in health center now a mammogram. The ladies at risk, 40 years and above, they do for them, they refer them to do mammogram. And even if there is a family history, according to the history of the ladies, if they are below 40, they can do ultrasound. So it is available in our health center. Regarding other programs, what we did regarding vaccination, as vaccination committee in Ministry of Health, also we are following the cervical cancer, and inshallah we will introduce the vaccine for cervical cancer soon. We have our strategic plan, which I mentioned in my slide, that it will continue with the WHO recommendation and GCC recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Regarding the breast cancer, actually the screening programs are very strong here in Bahrain, and this reflected in our statistics. So that in last publication with IARC, they showed that the majority of cases that was reported, they were in stage 1 and 2 and not that much with the stage 4. So it shows the strength of our screening program regarding the breast. Besides, as Dr. Abdurrahman mentioned, the pap smear, although the numbers are not that much higher, but the ministry taking an initiative to prevent the increase in cervical cancer in the future. So there's initiative to start to add the HPV vaccine within the immunization scheduled in Kingdom of Bahrain.
Let me just thank you very much for the comprehensive. I think they all have answered your question, and let me welcome you. We are happy to have our colleagues from Iraq. So what I understand for breast cancer, today's meeting, the aim of the meeting was today just to from the name of the conference, close the gap, care gap. So احنا نحاول نقيم الوضع حاليا عندنا وبنطلع في توصيات. لكن regarding البريست كانسر الحمد لله it is well established. يعني بناء على توصيات الخطة الخليجية لمكافحة السرطان ومنظمة الصحة العالمية عطت الحرية لكل دولة أن تعمل الناشونال سكرينينج بروجرام على حسب the most common cancer وعلى حسب خطورة الوضع، سواء national based opportunistic or pilot. الدولة لها الحرية. فإحنا بالنسبة لنا breast cancer يعني we had some milestones. الحين it's getting better. المشكلة نفس any other country I think we need to outreach the patients. في بعض المرضى عندهم denial نفس ما دكتور عبد الرحمن قال they will not come regardless how many times you will send the invitation. We need to outreach for them. Some people low socioeconomic ما عندهم مثلا even ما أدري social media أو تلفزيون that they will not know about whatever media awareness we do. We need to go for them. That's what we are doing. We go for them. There is the mobile screening unit, the car مع المammogram. They go to the villages. Mosque, Matam. So we try to go for them if they cannot come. Some people might not have transportation. So I think it is getting better. And for the cervical cancer, it's not a major problem in our area because we don't have the European, maybe, I don't know, excuse me, that there are risk factors for having this. And despite that, the vaccination, it was a hot topic discussed in our meeting in Kuwait to introduce the HPV. Do we need it or not? It's up to the countries to decide. Saudi has already started the HPV. Bahrain probably on the way to start the HPV, and there was a debate in Kuwait. So we are following, I think, the WHO, and we're hoping to make it even better.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Khulud Saad, pediatric oncology from Bahrain. Thank you very much for all the speakers for their interesting presentations. And my questions regarding the smoking. As you are already presented that it's one of the major risk factors for cancers, not only for lung, actually it's for most of the cancers in adults. And as Dr. Ali mentioned that the problem of this risk factor is increasing, continues increasing in spite of many actions and policies taken. The major problem is it's increasing in the youth population. And it's really heartbreaking for us to see, while in my way to work, to see in the morning students going to schools and they are having that cigarette in their hands. So my question for all the ministry and for also the Cancer Society, do you think that more actions are needed to taken to in order to stop or to reduce these problems, especially in the level of young populations in the schools and universities? And is there any plans in the strategies, and what are these plans? Thank you.
Salam alaikum jami'an. My name is Sister Shahzalam Fadal. Actually, from my experience long time with an oncology center, and regarding the cancer registry, I remember there are, we are facing a problem actually to get the information to the cancer registry office and to get statistic as well when I was there. So my question is to Dr. Iman, did you face any problem to get the information from the concerned area that you are collecting the data or the statistic? Did you feel there is difficulties or they are cooperative to give you all the statistic, or still the problem same? I remember there are really a lot of problem to get the real statistic from the concerned area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Shahzalan. Actually, we are not getting statistics. We are getting cases, and we produce and medical review the statistics. Actually, all the facilities are highly cooperative. They are sending me on regular basis the database that we propose to them. So we have a cooperation between all the facilities, and we medical review, we produce the statistics for them and give them back to them. And latest book, it was launched, and all the healthcare facilities among the Kingdom of Bahrain were all of them invited.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a delay of time, so we can closing this first session. And now coffee break for 15 minutes. Thank you for all.
Risk factors is smoking. It will be, never be smoked, and physical activities at least 5 times a week. Body mass it should be between 18.5 to 25. Healthy eating out of vegetables, fruits, minimum of fatty food. Alcohol, it should be, not be the other things, the 4 cases of cancer mortality could be reduced only through early detection and through screening, early diagnosis, and early treatment. So, is the screening and early diagnosis important? A study evaluated 13-year survival for 8 types of cancers combined, and the results showed that early diagnosis stage 1 was 80%. Advanced stages, stage 3 and 4, the survival was only 26. Another study was, which is very interesting, risk cancers in USA and India. And as we see in the table, stage 1, the survival is 100%. Stage 2, it is almost 86%, the survival. Stage 3, on 57%, and stage 4, only 20%. The comparison between USA and India, in USA, where there's a good system for screening, 90% the 5-year survival, and only 10% with advanced stage. On the other hand, India, it's the opposite, 24% only advanced, early stage, and 76% with advanced stage. So screening and early detection reduce mortality and improve quality of life. So what is the difference between screening and early detection? Screening is a systemic testing for target population who are asymptomatic, like the screening for breast. All the females in the country age 40 or 45 till 70s. The aim of the screening is to reduce cancers before symptoms appear. While early diagnosis, a systemic diagnosis for patients with signs or symptoms, and the aim of early diagnosis to detect cancers at an early stage. Okay, what could limit the detection by screening? Okay, there are 4 types of a tumor growth which may affect the screening. Number 1 is tumor A, which is remain microscopic, undetectable by screening, and the patient will live normally and will die without any sign and symptoms. Type 2 or type B, tumor detectable by screening, but growth is very slow, and again, the patient may live and die without any sign and symptoms. Example of this one, it is thyroid and prostate. As they are very slow, they might, but in this case, if you do screening and some of these diseases, very slow growing disease, you will come with what you call overdiagnosis and over treatment. Type 3C, which is what we are looking for the screening. It is a tumor detectable by screening, but if it is not diagnosed at this stage, it might metastasize. However, we have a period of time for early diagnosis. Again, if we don't diagnose it in this period of time, the disease will metastasize and will be advanced stage. Type 4, which is very rapidly growing tumor. And for example, just now we were talking about, it is the ovarian cancers. It is, there is no screening program for it, and it grows very fast and will come with, usually with advanced stage. Okay, is there a benefit? What's the benefit and harms of the screening? Okay, the benefits, it reduces incidence of cancers. Yes, it reduces the incidence of cancers, like in colorectal cancers and in cervix. The disease can be diagnosed pre-cancer, before it's becoming cancers, and the polyps in colon removed, and that's it. Patients will not have cancers. So it reduces the incidence. Also, it's reduced mortality and morbidity. Reduce also the cost of management. Less aggressive treatment. If the patient diagnosed at early stage, less aggressive disease, which will give good life, quality of life. Overdiagnosis, more investigations, more cost, more complications might happen, more anxiety and stress. The other thing, which is really the false negative. Patient go for screening, and there is a cancer, there is a disease, but the result is negative. They will tell them that it is negative. The result, late diagnosis, advanced stage, and later treatment. Lose of trust. The community will lose the trust of screening programs in the country. Last one, legal actions. Maybe the patients will take legal actions. Against the health ministries or health system. So, what is the available screening and what is the recommended one? The most popular one, it is the mammogram for breast cancers, FET test, colography, and colonoscopy for cancer control. I will not go on this detail too much because Dr. Samar, she will have a session tomorrow, just to talk about the colorectal cancers. Cervical cancers, pap smear, and HPV test. Prostate, these 3 is only recommended by the WHO. There are other cancers, which is screened in some countries and some institutes. For example, prostate cancers. There are a number of centers, they do prostate screening by doing PSA. If it is positive, they will do MRI. If it is positive, they will do biopsies. And it might be cancers or not. But it's not recommended. Lung cancers, now it is in some countries, now they using screening for lung cancers, like in Canada, they screen for heavy smokers, age over 60, they will do for him MRI. In our institute, King Faisal Special Hospital, now there is a try and this screening for the cancer. Thyroid cancer, again, there are some countries who do screening for thyroid, such as Korea. And now, since they started Korea, doing the thyroid cancers, now it's doubled 3 or 4 times. So it is giving, and most of these cases, it doesn't need, treatment or management. So this is what we call just before over, diagnosis and over treatment. Oral cancer, this is, it's a simple examination. It's just a clinical examination, which should be done by a dentist. And this is recommended for area where is the eating, tobacco, what they call it shamma and gat. Like, in Saudi Arabia, in the South region, I think this is, highly recommended, to implement in there. And I think Dr. Ali once told me there is, now they are working in this program in the south in Saudi Arabia. Breast cancer. It is the most common cancers among the female worldwide. In 2020, around 2.3 million new cases and around 700,000 deaths worldwide. In 2040, expected to increase to 3 million and the death will reach 1 million. What about the breast screening in the GCC countries? Oh, sorry, not the screening. The breast cancer incidence in GCC countries. Luckily, the incidence in breast cancers in GCC, it is very low comparing to worldwide. If you see, the USA, it is around, the ASR, it is around 130, UK, it is 124, while in the GCC, it's range between 16.9 in Saudi Arabia, and the highest in the GCC, it is Bahrain, which is 55.9. The interesting, slides, the other one, Western countries, USA, UK, they're having very high incidence, but very low mortality. We have low incidence, but very high mortality. So it looks like we have a problem not here. Why we are having high mortality in GCC comparison to the developed country? This is important question. If we look to, this slide, this is Western Europe, and this is the target population and participation of the breast screening. We find that most of the country, the participation is between 70 to 75, the population, target population, they are doing screening regularly. And when we look to the other slides, we see that when starting, the screening, how the mortality start dropping in these countries who start doing, screening with high uptake. What about the breast screening in Gulf country? Before I go, now we have a guidelines for the breast cancer, breast screening in the GCC. The age in all countries above 40 or 40 to 69, except Qatar, they're starting from 45. The other country, they start screening from 40 years. The screening test, we use mammogram. What about, frequency is most of the country, it is between, 1 and 2 years, except in Qatar, the recommended it is every 3 years. The good things, facilities availability. In GCC, almost all cities in the GCC, they have what you call it, the mammograms. Also, we have the mobile units of the mammograms to reach people who cannot reach the hospitals or the centers to do the breast scan. Okay. The target age, as I said before, breast cancers, it's over 40, except in adults over 45. What about the demographic of the population in the GCC? This is very important. When we look to breast cancer incidence in the most of the country and in the developed country, 60% of the patients with age over 60 over 60%. What about in GCC? It's different. 45% of patients with cancers in our country below the age of 40 or 45. So they are missing the chance of having, screening. And if we look, for 60, age 60 persons below the 60, it's the opposite of what is it in the Western country. So what recommended for it? It should be, I think there is, high risk patients should be done. We do what we call it genetic test for the families, BRCA1, BRCA2, B53. I think the next speaker will talk about the genetics. So maybe she will cover, this topic, because really we need it. Okay, with availability of screening facilities in the GCC, what is the participation rate of breast screening? You will surprise. Unfortunately, there is no registries in the GCC about the screening, about the intake, about how many frequency of doing the screening. It is nothing there. I don't know about Bahrain. I asked Dr. Iman about it in the break. She will update me if there is something. But I reviewed the literature. There is one good paper by Dr. So and Dr. Khoja, was published in 2019. Was done in Saudi women, Kuwaitis, Omani, and UAE. The result, I will summarize the results. The lowest participation rate was among Saudis women, only 4% who participate in the screening, followed by Omani, only 5.6. Kuwait, Omani, and Emiratis have better participation, but it is 15 and 25. Non-nationals, they participate more than nationals. If you look into the age, we find the young ladies participate more than the older age. Most of the cases, the 4% or the 5%, it's only between age 40 and 49. I did more research in literatures just to find more countries and about it. Again, I find another paper in 2022 in Saudi. Again, it's similar. It is only 5%. 90% of the Saudi women reported never have mammogram, which is another paper. This is two different papers. Kuwaiti participation rate, again, same like Dr. Su and Dr. Khoja. Results is around 7.8% of the target population. In Oman, in the United Emirates, I couldn't find any specific data, but there is 48 women never had the clinical breast exams, and 45% of women never had mammogram. Bahrain. Okay, there is, one paper said concluded that poor knowledge about breast cancer screening. They, I think, did a couple of thousand tests. This is interesting, published by, I forget the name there, but collecting the data between 2000 and 2010 for 10 years. And the result found that only 12% of these cases were detected by screening. The rest was detected by another method. Qatar, same, Oman, 18% only. So there is really deficiency and problem with taking up the screening. As a result of low participation of risk screening in GCC, what do you think the result? Painful. Around 50% of women with breast cancer in the GCC diagnosed with advanced stage. The rate, unfortunately, this is as I say, it's really sad. Over 20 years, the staging not change, still continue. Always it is 50 and up. The businesses come with the advanced stage. Only 20 to 25 of these cases diagnosed at early stage. So it's only 20 or 25, the rest with advanced stage. The result, high mortality rate with morbidity, high treatment cost, loss of trust in the system, more aggressive treatment, poor quality of life. I'm sure all you agree with me. Immediate action should be taken. Why women not go for screening? We have a problem. What is it? We will not answer it if we don't do research, collecting data, and spot the problem. Dr. Fakhru, Dr. Ali, now we've been, Dr. Aisha, we've been doing, campaign for cancer awareness for 7 years. Isn't it 7 years? Yeah, 7 years. But unfortunately, we have big zero from the government support in money financially. But I think this is what we need. This is the time now to do. Colorectal cancer screening, I will not go in detail because Dr. Samar, she will talk about it tomorrow, but I will just go briefly on it. Again, colon cancer, it's not common in the GCC, but expected to raise. Over the 20 years, it's doubled twice. The ASR around 8, in male, it is 8.5, and in female, it's 7.2. It's much, much less than the other country. Is colorectal screening effect in reducing incidence, mortality, and morbidity? Yes. This is a study of North California, show that the fit test screening started in 2006, and in year 2015, participation was 82. The incidence and the mortality significantly reduced. You can see it there, it is in the blue. The red lines, it is the screening, high uptake, and the incidence and mortality, it is dropping. In GCC, again, it's 55 to 60% of patients come with advanced stage. It's really, and never changed over the last 20 years. It's really sad. Okay, colorectal cancer's very important method to reduce incidence and mortality and morbidity. Of course, as I said before, it is decreased the incidence because it will diagnose the polyps before it changed to malignancy and can be removed, and patient come, normal. Cervical cancers. It is the second most common cancer in the woman world. The commonest cancer in the developing country, about 500,000 new cases each year, more than 250 deaths each year. Over 90% of cancer cases in cervical are caused by infection. However, cervical cancer is both preventable and curable. And there is now vaccines for it, which is now available in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. But I think the other country, they might have it, soon. The guideline for cervical screening under the age of 21, nothing to do, between 21 and 30, every 3 years. The new recommendations now changed to 5 years, between 30 and 65, every 3 years, or pap smear and HPV test every 5 years. Over 65, nothing to be done. What about cervical cancer in GCC? Again, it is very low, very, very low incidence comparing to the other country. In Kuwait, it's only 4.7 ASR for each 100,000. It is the highest in United Arab Emirates. It is 9.4. By the way, the data, it is for nationals only. Non-nationals, it's not included, it's only for nationals. 15 years, in the GCC hall, we have 2,330 cases. If you divide it by 15, I think how much will come? Maybe less, I don't know, but it is the number very small. So the incidence in our country is very low. But when there is, negotiation between who, support, who support, they're saying the culture in the GCC, it's changing and we might need it. The incidence will increase in the coming 10 or 20 years. So why not to start from now? Either, the screening system or the vaccines. Cervical screening in the GCC. Again, no data, registries. Dr. Su and Dr. Khoja, they do the same, studies in the cervical, the same Kuwaiti, Omani, and Saudis, women and Emirates. The lowest participation rate was among Saudis. It's only 7.6%, followed by Oman, the same like breast. Kuwaiti and Emirates have, comparing to Saudis, high, which is 17% and 28%. In Saudi Arabia and Oman, non-nationals have more participation than nationals, while in Kuwait and Emirates, nationals are more, participating. There was no significant impact of education. Always we say, we blame, not educated people, they didn't go for screening. But this study confirmed education play no role. Awareness, it is, I was discussing with Dr. Ali, and he said to me something very interesting about why the people they don't go for screening. He say it is awareness. I say yes, I know awareness, but he say translated it to Arabic. معناها وعي والوعي يعني معرفة. وش الثانية؟ عارف الثالثة action. ها؟ توجه وسلوك وعمل. It's not related to education. Okay, so what is the cause of delay in cancer diagnosis and treatment? I think there are two types of barriers, one related to the public, and the other one, it's related to the government and health systems. Knowledge, I think both share this one. People, they are not aware about cancers, and they know nothing about the screening. And the health system and the government, they are really not working in this field properly. And I think it is not health system, it's only for the responsibility for health system, it is the government. Ministry of Education should be involved in this one. Ministry of Media should be involved in this one. Ministry of Health should be involved in this one. Everyone, NGOs should involve this one. But now it's the responsibility in our countries. Unfortunately, it is only NGOs' responsibility. Even the health system or the government, they're not taking this responsibility. Psychosocial barriers, stigma, and fear. Stigma, I'll tell you one story. I met one guy from Jordan in USA in 2015. He presented a case, 55-year-old, came to the clinic with massive tumor in the breast, fungative, huge mass. And when he asked her why you didn't, there is a problem, why you didn't go to the hospital? She said, I have two daughters, one 23 years old and one 25. And if my relatives and my neighbor know that I have a cancer, no one will get married from my daughters. Surprisingly, she was a medical doctor. He asked her the same question. You are a medical doctor. She said, I know, but the community doesn't know. Okay, fair from, pain from doing either the mammogram or the colonoscopy, or fail to know that they're having many cancers. There is a list. It is due to of the health system. Number one, it's the referral system. MRI positive, mammogram positive, or fit test positive. It takes a couple of weeks, 2, 3, 4 weeks to be seen in the hospital. Go to the hospitals, wait for another 4 weeks to do the diagnosis. Confirm the diagnosis, wait for 3, 4 weeks to be treated. So now almost this is 3 months just from spotting the disease till you start treated. The other one, which is lack of knowledge for the GPs. I'm sure, I mean, as a physician, you have seen some cases. They went to the doctor and the GP, they say, oh, don't worry, it's nothing. Go home. She will come back 6 months with metastasis disease. Long waiting, I say, for investigations and treatment. We have we have to say that we have, I mean, human resources, especially in the medical fields, the health systems, I mean, maybe the delay of the diagnosis or the delay of the treatment because of the human resources. There's a really shortage of, medical staffs, and especially in the oncology. How to improve screening and programs in the GCC. Number one, providing public education and awareness about cancer and cancer screening methods. Encourage primary health care doctors to encourage their patients for screening in daily practice. Develop key indicators to monitor, evaluate screening programs. I'm sure now the system, screening system now, it is maybe 10 years. Never been, reviewed, see what is the problem, why is that a problem. If they have done, it should be changed. But unfortunately, we see for over the 20 years, it is the same. We have advanced stage. Evaluate current screening program to assess the challenges and requirement to ensure good. Invest in capacity building and development of specialized workforce in the cancer prevention, early detection and management. Improve data collection and invest in epidemiological and clinical research. I put epidemiological just to make Dr. Ali happy because he liked it. Okay. Remember, only prevention can reduce cancer incidence, and only early detection and early treatment can improve survival rate. The screening program is not just a single test, but a process and a pathway. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Saleh, for your informative lecture. Thank you very much. We appreciate. So now we can start with Dr. Ibrahim Sahin. You're welcome to the stage. Dr. Ibrahim is a medical genetics specialist. He specialized in care and rare inherited syndromes, cytogenetics, FISH, RT-PCR, microarray, CGH, MLPA, and NGS. Currently, he works as an assistant professor at Princess Al Jawhara Center for Molecular Medicine, Genetics and Inherited Disorders. He's a colleague of medicine and medical science, and as well as Arab Gulf University. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much at first for inviting me. Today I will talk about cancer genetics. I'm sure you're all interested in that, especially why we are looking for cancer mutations in patients in tissue. So let me continue and start with germline and somatic separation. It's confusing for many people, especially for patients, and separation of germline and somatic tests. So germline mutations, we carry germline mutations from birth to death in all our cells, and we inherit them to the next generation. But in somatic size, it is different. Somewhere in life, they occur in a specific region, tissue, organ, and then they can disappear with treatment. For example, the most important example for somatic mutation is cancer, of course. And importantly, we don't inherit them to the next generation. Only germline mutations are inherited. So let's start with germline mutations. So germline mutations are causing hereditary syndromes. So our topic is cancer, and I will talk about hereditary cancer syndromes. You see the most important ones here, and especially the hereditary breast ovarian cancer is very common, very popular. And since starting from the morning, we all talk about breast cancer. So hereditary breast ovarian cancer is also very important, and BRCA1/2 is responsible from hereditary breast ovarian cancer syndromes. Although BRCA1/2 is discovered in 1994, it took nearly 20 years for them to enter routine clinic and test it. So PARP inhibitors are introduced for BRCA1/2 mutated patients. So the mechanism is simple. BRCA1/2 is responsible from DNA repair, double-stranded DNA repair, as far as the other genes you see here, ATM, PALB2, and CHEK2. And they are also called homolog recombination deficiency or homolog repair defect, HRD genes. Very popular, known. And yeah, so if there is a defect in double-stranded repair, DNA repair, and we also inhibit the single-stranded repair with the PARP inhibitor, then it is lethal, toxic for the proliferative cells, especially for cancer cells, of course. And then we can treat the patients. Of course, I'm not giving the treatment. I am a medical genetics specialist, but yeah, this is the mechanism. And I have seen about 2,000 patients and with hereditary cancer ovarian, hereditary breast ovarian cancer. And to be honest, all of them were very careful with their lifestyles, with their exercises, with their diets. So I have to mention that if you have a mutation, lifestyle modifications may not help you very much. They should be screened. And these genes should be screened for the patients, for the people at risk. So I shared some of my experiences with these articles, and we checked deletions with MLPA. As you see here, and deletion duplications are responsible from 10% of BRCA mutations. BRCA1/2 mutations, they are important. Of course, in my population, in my patients, and I observed about 5%, not 10%, but still it is very high. So it should also be taught in routine clinic. Lynch syndrome is also very popular, very important. We also talked about the importance and frequency of colon cancers. So it's mainly responsible from colon cancer. But of course, these are, again, responsible from DNA repair. These are DNA repair genes. And we call them mismatch repair genes, as you see here. And they can cause many cancers, of course, in the body, especially colon cancer, endometrium cancer, gastric cancer, breast cancer, and brain cancers. So if we see a family with breast cancers, colon cancers, brain cancer, other cancers, we suspect Lynch syndrome. And it is important. So if there is a deficiency in DNA repair, the DNA is unstable. This is the reason why we talked about microsatellite instability, because DNA cannot repair itself. It is unstable. And this MSI is important for immunotherapies, especially. It should be checked, especially for colon cancer patients. So, yeah, for variant discovery, it is mainly standard. The gold standard is genome analysis toolkit from FASTQ to BOM to VCF, and then variant filtering, annotation, and we do the variant classification according to American College of Medical guidelines and standards as pathogenic, like the pathogenic, variant of unknown significance, like the benign or benign. If the variant is pathogenic or like the pathogenic, it is causing the disease. It is increasing the risk for cancer. It is increasing susceptibility. Yeah, of course, we use many databases. I will also mention them quickly. And these are for gene disease associations, the inheritance pattern, and these are for variant research, especially human genome mutation database and ClinVar load, the other ones. Of course, there are many databases. We use them if the variant is reported before, if it is associated with the disease. And Yeah, so we are also using in silico tools, computational predictions. They are also very important, especially in germline interpretation. So in somatic side, things are changing. In germline size, we are especially looking for DNA repair and checkpoint gene mutations. In somatic size, now we are looking for mutations that is helping cancer, supporting cancer in proliferation, in immune system escape, in metastasis, in invasion. These mutations are also very important. Of course, yeah, in somatic size, we can directly test tissue and liquid biopsy. Liquid biopsies are becoming very popular nowadays. And so I will mainly focus on liquid biopsy, but the genes, the mutations are not changing in liquid biopsy or somatic, doesn't change. And yeah, there are many advantages for the liquid biopsy. Of course, tissue is still the gold standard, but liquid biopsies are becoming very popular, and it is advantages, of course. We can repeat the test, and it is short turnaround times, minimally invasive. With just blood, you can detect many things, many mutations associated with the cancer. It is just like real-time monitoring the cancer. So for liquid biopsy, yeah, circulating tumor cells and circulating tumor cells can be, circulating tumor DNA and circulating tumor cells can be analyzed. Usually we study circulating tumor DNA, and basically it can be used for many purposes, of course, from treatment, diagnosis, treatment, prognosis, and resistance mechanism to discover resistance mechanisms, minimal residual disease. And yeah, it is used now in routine clinic for these purposes. For some cancers, of course, not all the cancers, I will mention them. There are again some terms: tumor burden, tumor mutational burden. Tumor burden, all the cells that the cancer has. Tumor mutational burden, all the mutations that the cancer has. Normally, for TMB detection, whole exome sequencing or whole genome sequencing should be done, but statistically, it is showed that 200 genes or 300 genes are enough for calculating the tumor mutational burden. So nowadays, many popular kits in the world are using about 300 genes to 500 genes, something like that. So if, like MSI, for example, MSI high tumors, immunotherapies are chosen. And if TMB is high, again, immunotherapies are used. These are important for patient treatment. And especially if there is more than 20 mutations per million bases. It is TMB high, and immunotherapies could be chosen for these patients. Yeah, circulating tumor cells is very difficult to study them, unfortunately. You usually get few cells or 1-2 cells, and they are used for breast cancer and prostate cancer mainly, but nowadays not very popular, to be honest. And independent from cancer type, circulating tumor cells are associated with poor prognosis. So circulating tumor DNA, we have got also cell-free DNA, of course. The DNA that is circulating in our blood is cell-free DNA. Circulating tumor DNA is about 5% of the cell-free DNA, usually 1% to 10%, it changes. And tumor DNA is usually shorter when compared to normal DNA. And this trick is also used for isolation, tumor DNA. And yeah, let's continue. So you all know non-invasive prenatal testing also. They are very similar in logic with the liquid biopsy. The bigger the baby, the more fetal DNA you can find in the blood. The bigger the cancer, the more cancer DNA you can find in the blood. So if the cancer is big, if the patient is in the latest stages, so it is more likely that we can find something in the liquid biopsy especially. But of course, the methods are optimized very well, and now we can detect many mutations with high sensitivity. Yeah, and there are many studies. I'm also following, of course, many congress conferences, International Association for the Liquid Biopsy. And so there are many studies with exosomes. Probably still we don't use them in routine clinic, but in few years, probably they will be used because it is advantageous. when compared to just DNA. We can also get RNA, we can also get protein, and yeah, so we can detect many things associated with cancer, with exosomes, but not used in routine clinic still. And microRNAs became popular, but nowadays not very popular again, and not used in routine clinic mainly for research purposes, I can say. Yeah, if you are working with the cancer, pathways are very important. As I mentioned, in somatic side, it is different. Cancer is usually trying to activate some pathways in order to benefit from them. So these pathways are supporting cancer for proliferation, for invasions, for metastasis, immune escape, the other things. So you see the receptor tyrosine kinase pathways. Nearly all the cancers are trying to activate these pathways. So we are trying to detect these activating mutations in somatic size. If the pathway is activated, you have to target this mutation. Otherwise, treatment responses are very low, unfortunately. And as you see here, many important genes, EGFR, HER2, ALK, ROS, RET, MET, all of them are part of KRAS, BRAF, all of them are part of receptor tyrosine kinase pathway. And yeah, liquid biopsies especially entered routine clinic for lung cancer because the tissue biopsy is very difficult. And so now it is actively used in especially for lung cancer. I'm passing quickly these ones. And so we usually prefer NGS, of course, when compared to PCR, because in PCR methods, you can only check specific mutation. But NGS gives us the opportunity to find novel resistance mechanisms and novel variations. I will explain why in the further slides. So for lung cancer, you see some genes here should be checked. And TREC fusions are also became popular. Yeah, in lung cancer, you can directly start following the patient with just liquid biopsy. If the tissue biopsy is not possible or if it is difficult, and directly liquid biopsy could be chosen. And so EGFR T790M mutation is very important, especially in lung cancer. We detect this mutation. It is responsible for more than 50% of the resistance mechanisms, nearly. So if there is a mutation, you cannot treat the patient with the first or second generation EGFR inhibitors. You should give third generation osimertinib. And yeah, ALK and ROS, they are similar logic. The fusions, the translocations, the fusion genes are responsive to crizotinib, ALK inhibitors or RAS inhibitor. And you see some mutations here, and especially associated with resistance. And what is more important is nearly all the mutations are in the kinase domain, as you see, because it should activate the pathway. It can activate the pathway only if it affects the kinase domain. The other parts usually not activating the pathway, not activating the molecule. So yeah, ROS is similar. Crizotinib is used in BRAF, V600, codon 600 mutation is very important. It is used in many cancers, in colon cancer, in melanoma, in other things you can check, even in the hematological malignancies like hair cell leukemia, of course. BRAF 600 codon mutations are very important. Also in lung cancer, of course. And HER2 amplifications are very important in breast cancer. But in lung cancer, of course, we can find some interesting mutations also with HER2. And yeah, MET amplifications. I also performed about 500 liquid biopsy. And what I observed is MET amplifications are very high, especially in lung cancer patients. And the most important part is most of the methods, unfortunately, cannot detect this MET amplification. So you usually check the EGFR mutations and then you just pass, you just skip the other ones. But there's a MET amplification and the pathway is activated and you need to detect it because it affects your treatment. And RET mutations are also becoming popular, and fusions are responsive to treatment, RET inhibitors. And there are some mutations, of course, associated with resistance. And TREC fusions are very popular. Also recently, they become very popular. Also in my patients, in 5 of them, I detected ETV6 and TREC3 fusion. Of course, we detect these mutations in very rare cancers or in childhood cancers. But the reason that we are checking for cancer mutations is that they are increasing the therapy response rate, and when compared to classical treatments, of course. And so, by the way, this is personalized medicine, precision medicine, because you detect a mutation, you directly target this mutation, mutated molecule, or some molecule in the pathway. So you know better than me as oncologists and hematologists, and so it is like a chess game. So you give a treatment, and the cancer is somehow developing a resistance mechanism. And so this is the reason why we prefer NGS all the time, in order to check all the molecules in the pathway, because the pathway could be activated from many molecules. And it could be ALK-ROS fusions, it could be RAF mutations, it could be meta-amplification, it could be NTRK fusion. And so if you don't check these ones, then it will affect your therapy response rates, basically. In breast cancer, as I mentioned, HER2 amplifications are very important. And again, the circulating tumor cells are associated with poor prognosis. And this PI3K/AKT/mTOR pathway is usually activated in breast cancer patients. In liquid biopsy, we observed this very much in our patients, especially this PI3K/AKT/mTOR pathway. And I shared my experiences with this article. In prostate cancer, androgen receptor is important, especially splice variants. And like in breast cancer, BRCA1/2 mutations, these HRD genes, the mutations of HRD genes are also very important in prostate cancer. For PARP inhibitors, they need to be checked. By the way, BRCA1/2 can also be seen somatically, not just germline. I mentioned them in germline, but 7% of the cancers about 7%, it can be seen also in the directly tissue, not in germline, but directly in cancer tissue. So still it is advantageous for using PARP inhibitors, and they should be checked. Yeah, for colon cancer, it's KRAS, NRAS, BRAF mutations are very important, especially KRAS, NRAS, codon 12, 13, 61, and BRAF V600. We mentioned them. But I have to also mention that these genes, the mutations of these genes in germline site are also causing some rare syndromes. This is RAS MAP kinase pathway. And the diseases, the rare syndromes associated with these genes are rasopathies. And you will remember some of them, Noonan syndrome and cardiophosphocytoma syndrome, Costello syndrome, for example. And so we have to separate germline and somatic. If it is causing a rare syndrome, it is completely different. If it is activating the pathway, and if it is helping the cancer, supporting the cancer, then we have to detect it for especially colon cancer patients, of course. This group. Usually tissue and liquid biopsy are concordant. Usually we find the same things when we test them. But the only problem comes from tumor heterogeneity, of course. The tumor heterogeneity is a very big problem. Just because of tumor heterogeneity, maybe you will not be able to detect in liquid biopsy, or also the same thing is valid for tissue. Sorry. Let me move. The pipeline, the analysis pipeline is similar with the DNA when compared to germline sites, but there are a few exceptions, of course. In somatic sites, sometimes in order to be able to detect these interesting fusions, translocations, we also include RNA. So RNA analysis is completely different from DNA. This fusion analysis is completely different. And so classification is also different. Tier classification is very popular for somatic type. And in Europe, some centers use also these other classifications, but tier classification is very important. In somatic side, evidence, usually it is evidence-based. All the things are depend on the clinical trials. If there is clinical significance, if there is FDA-approved therapy, then it is tier 1 or 2, and it is important. But recently, Klingen and the other organizations have suggested another classification similar to germline, not pathogenic like the pathogenic, but oncogenic, like the oncogenic. And we are talking about the same thing. Oncogenic mutations, driver mutations, the other mutations, usually they activate some pathways. They are helping the cancer, supporting the cancer in proliferation, in metastasis, invasions, immunoscape, in resistance to treatments. Okay, and some databases that we're using. Cosmic is very important for a special cancer variants, cancer gene, and OncoKB is also one of the gold standards in order to check specific variations of cancer if they are associated with some clinical significance or associated with some FDA-approved therapy. We are using this part. And of course, as I mentioned, every gene has some germline side and somatic side. So we have to be careful. When analyzing somatic mutations, we can detect some germline mutations, of course. And when we detect the germline mutations, we have to screen the patient. We have to screen the family. The family members at risk, especially, very important. And yeah, in the future, probably liquid biopsy is not just, of course, the blood. You can take the saliva, you can take urine, and yeah, we can analyze all of them, basically. And so these GRAIL projects started about 5 years ago, and now it is active. So they are mentioning that they can detect 50 types of cancer from a blood months, many months earlier, even years earlier than clinical diagnosis. Of course, these are just genetic results, but it can give some clue for screening the patients at risk, for screening the people at risk, of course, for some cancers. And CancerSeek is also doing the same thing. And by the way, these are, of course, we cannot buy these. Still, the commercial kits are not available. We cannot perform these tests in our laboratories, but probably in a few years, it will be possible to study all of them. And of course, there are also many studies about urine. And it has been mentioned that not just bladder cancer, renal cancer, but we can get many clues from urine associated with breast cancer and thyroid cancer also. So in Princess Al Jawara, I established an NGS laboratory, basically capable of doing all the genetic tests available in the world. But these are the Bahrain's most commonly sent out tests. So in the beginning, we focused on them. We are BRCA1 hereditary breast cancer, whole exome, the other special translocations. We performed the validations. We performed successful runs, and we are ready. After NHRA approval, we will start doing the tests immediately. And inshallah, I am planning to add also liquid biopsy tissue analysis and also myeloid panel for hematological malignancies, of course, in the future. And all in-house, by the way, from isolation to analyzes, all in-house. Nothing will be sent out. All will be established in our laboratory. And yeah, thanks. That's my speech. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for your informative lecture. And next, we're lucky to have with us today Ms. Shahzalan Fadl. Please, can you come to the stage? Sister Shahzalan, she started her training in chemotherapy in Kuwait Cancer Control Center in 1987. And in 1996, she received a diploma in oncology nursing from University of West England. Subsequently, in 2002, she got a diploma in healthcare management with an excellent score from RCSI University in Bahrain. In 2003, she completed her BCS nursing in COHS, and she got the nursing master's degree with a very high grade from RCSI in Bahrain. Please, you can start.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. First of all, I would like to thank the organization committee, also Dr. Aisha, for giving me this opportunity to share with you my finding from my thesis during my nursing master at Royal College in Bahrain, which was a sponsorship by Think Pink Society in Bahrain. So I will start with my presentation. Actually, it is about the phenomenology of the lived experiences of Bahraini women undergoing breast cancer related to chemotherapy. This is the topic. So as usual, I will start with introduction. And my introduction is about some statistic, and I think all my colleagues earlier, they give updated statistic. However, and I got my statistic as I got it from different references. So breast cancer is affect women worldwide. And according to the American Cancer Society, estimated that the number here, it is working, yeah, 2,090, 560 new cases of breast cancer as a new diagnosis, and they also estimated the same one, American Cancer Society, estimated that 43 here, 43,780 from breast cancer. They will get, they will get death during this year by 2022. Okay. Also, the breast cancer is the most common cancer in the Arab world. And the breast cancer is the most common cancer in the female in GCC. And Bahrain has the highest number of breast cancer comparing with GCC countries. And according to a global burden disease study in 2022, breast cancer has the highest mortality rate among female, with more than 688,000 deaths in the Middle East and North Africa. So it is continue my introduction, but because it is related to chemotherapy and the breast cancer. So chemotherapy, as maybe there are many doctors, they know that chemotherapy usually they use the cytotoxic drugs to kill the cancer cell, and at the same time it will affect normal cell as well. So the treatment is central treatment. So if it is central treatment, the patient will face different kind of cytotoxic drug. For example, stress, anxiety, alopecia, loss of appetite, or nausea, vomiting. There are a lot of side effects. And regarding alopecia, especially the breast cancer who are on, for example, let me give you just one example. For example, if the patient on a FAC regime, which contain 5-FU, adriamycin, and cyclophosphamide. So the adriamycin drug, definitely the patient will lose all their hair. So they will develop alopecia. So the side effect, of course, the patient, if they are facing side effect, it will affect their quality of life. So what is the aim of this study? The aim of this study is to explore the lived experiences of Bahraini women on breast cancer related to chemotherapy, focusing on their psychosocial needs, which affect their quality of life. So I concern here about psychosocial, which are facing by the patient who are receiving chemotherapy as breast cancer cases. So what are the main objectives of this study? The main objectives are, first, to identify the patient experience, the Bahraini woman experience with breast cancer undergoing chemotherapy, because I want to know what are their experience with breast cancer and chemotherapy, what are the difficulties that they are facing during the treatment. Then to examine the quality of life of Bahraini women with breast cancer. Also to make the recommendation for improvement of oncology services, nursing education, and management based on the finding of this study. So what is the research questions? It was, what are the lived experiences of Bahraini women who undergo chemotherapy treatment for breast cancer? This is the question that I produced for my patient. So what is the significance of this study? The most significant is to gather rich information for the first time in Bahrain. Because the phenomenology as a qualitative study, it was the first study among nursing research in Bahrain. Not only in Bahrain, even in the Gulf country. It was the only one when I started. Then to discover the woman's experiences from their own perspective, from their own world, from their own experience. To find the new knowledge to enhance nursing care in order to improve the quality of care of patients. And to develop, of course, educational program for patients and their families to help them to cope with the side effect of chemotherapy and keep them more comfortable as we can. So what is the method of this study? I use the qualitative phenomenology and naturalistic paradigm, and the sample I used 10 Bahraini women on 6 cycles. And actually, I purposely choose 10 on 6 cycles because sometimes the side effect of chemotherapy, it will come late. So I want to know what are the main difficulties or problems that patient facing during chemotherapy treatment. So the method I use the 4 steps of phenomenological interpretive data analysis as Van used it in 1990. So what are the 4 stages of this study? First, thematic analysis. Of course, after collecting the data, I will analyze the data that I collected from patient words or patient experience. Then theme identification. Of course, the theme, I will identify it from patient words, from their difficulties or experience or perspective. Then, of course, reflection on the finding that I got by going to the literature review as well. Then find, of course, coding to avoid mixing the data between the patients. I should put code for each participant in this study. Then the finally synthesis stage. So how to collect the data? Data collection, it was face-to-face in-depth interview. I collect the patient separately in comfortable place and I interview the patient. Then open-ended questions to explore the lived experiences of Bahraini women and their experience with difficulties of chemotherapy and the breast cancer itself. Then to ensure that participants had opportunity to tell the reality of their experiences. Of course, I should make first the trust between me and between the patient in order to let her to express her feeling, to talk the nature of things that she is experiencing. Then in-depth encouragement, I should tell her to tell me all the difficulties or information or experience that she had it during her disease and treatment. So what are the findings after this study? This is the main theme that I got it. I got actually 6 themes, but I will talk in details about only 2 themes, which is positive themes. I will not talk about negative theme. So what are the themes that I collected from this study? First one is life became dark. This is the patient, she said, why actually she said life became dark? Khalas, yani she's disappointed. She don't want anything that yani give her hope to live with the nature in the life after getting breast cancer. Always ready to help. This is a very beautiful theme. Really, I didn't get it in my review. يعني, while I'm doing a literature review, I didn't get this beautiful thing. When she said, always ready to help. She's very positive patient, and she was very happy that everybody helping her during facing this problem of treatment and disease. Then the third one is closed door. She said, nobody will help me. Khalas. Even, astaghfirullah, God will not help me that he give me this disease. Everything is closed in front of me. I'm not going to live anymore. Nobody give me a hope. Then cancer sticking in my family. This one very, very bad. It was very hard for me. I remember the patient. She said, my mother died from cancer. Three sisters died from cancer. And I have cancer. And my youngest sister also, she had cancer. So it is very, very bad for me if I remember this patient. Then other one, God helping me. This one, very religious patient. She's very happy. She said, God giving me this cancer means he's testing me. So I will cope with it effectively and positively, which I selected to explain about it more. So concern important to me. Here, this same patient, she was always worried about, she's very concerned about what? About her husband maybe will get married on her because after she got breast cancer. And I think Dr. Abdurrahman Fakhro, he mentioned this point, which is very important. And it's happened. It's happened really. From my experience, some patient, when they get breast cancer, their husband divorced and they got married with other females. And I have experience with other patients opposite. They are divorced, but when she get breast cancer, her husband came to her again. So this is the main theme that I got it from my study. So now, as I told you earlier, I will talk about the positive themes that I got it from my finding study. Always ready to help. She said, my husband is always beside me, which is good. Which is good if husband, helping his wife and feeling with her difficulties and trying his best to let his wife to cope with the disease and as well as the side effect of chemotherapy. She said, my mother is always cooking for us because, I think all girls from oncology, they know the lady, if she's coming for chemotherapy, she cannot cook. She cannot do anything because, side effect, nausea, vomiting, general weakness. So it is for her very difficult. But this lady, good, she got support from her mom that she's cooking for her. My sisters and the friends are always helping my kids in doing their homework. This is also important, especially if the patient has children at school. And there are many homework. So she got help from her colleagues as well as from her sisters, which is good. So always ready to help. This is the theme I kept it for you exactly what patient said. You can read it. I actually explain about it. Like what she said, I have all the support I need from my lovely husband. He used to read about all chemotherapy drugs and explain to me the side effect and how to deal with it effectively. Actually, her husband, he is really, really lovely husband. He used to take the leaflet, even though the nurses in chemotherapy, they used to explain to the patient, according to their regime, for example, Pcoc regime, they will explain about 5-FU, adriamycin, and cyclophosphamide, what are the side effects and how to deal with each side effect. Even though her husband, he used to take the leaflet from the chemotherapy room, which was prepared by lovely nurses who are at the back of this table in front of me. They are preparing the leaflet for patient. He used to take the leaflet and explain to his wife. And he's very supportive, you know. We need husband like her husband. He used to explain to her the side effect and how to deal with side effect very positively and effectively. As I mentioned earlier, she said, my family, they are cooking for me and for my husband, for my children. And she said also, my friend and my sisters, they are doing helping my kids to do the homework, which is good. She's lucky she got all this support from family, from friends, from mother, from husband. That's why she is very positive patient. This is exactly her word, what she said. And the other one, she's very religious. She said, God helping me. This is a God plan. This is not my plan. Nothing in our hand. It is all distant. And God helps. So this is the participant 2 or patient 2. What she said is exactly, this is her word. Inside all her word, what I got it from her. She said, my faith in God is my strength. She got the strength because she believed in God. He gave her the disease as a test. So she is coping with the disease and side effect very, very positively. She said also, I believe it is a test. Yes, it is a test. But I was never afraid. She's not afraid. That's why if she's not afraid, she will be more attention to the nurses while explaining to her about side effect and how to deal with. Okay, and she will respond to the chemo better than if she's more anxious. And she said, what she said, I have always believed that my life is not in my hand, it is in God's hands. Okay? That's why she accepted the disease and cope with it very effectively and positively, which is very good patient, really. So my conclusion is breast cancer patients suffer from physical and social stress. Proper support are essential to cope with the stress effectively. They need really cancer support group. For example, Dr. Abdurrahman Fakhro, he said they have cancer support group. So this is good to go and to ask them and gathering the patient to share with the positive patient their experience with the cancer and chemotherapy as well. Also, Think Pink, I think now they have it later. I will put my recommendation. Also, we are as oncology nurses, we establish cancer support group within our unit and explain to the patient and sometimes doing for them activity like birthday, doing it for them party or something like that to keep them as happy as we can. Breast cancer patients have important concerns that need to be addressed. I mentioned earlier, the most important concern for these patients, they are afraid from cancer. Like, for example, she had cancer. She afraid her daughter to get cancer or her friends. She's always anxious, putting in her mind, oh, maybe my youngest sister, she will develop cancer as well. And she said, even my daughters. And also she concerned about her husband. Oh, maybe he will go to married because now I had cancer. Finally, my recommendation is, of course, to evaluate care and service provided for patient to identify the area for improvement. This is very important. And we did actually when I was in oncology, because I was in oncology as a head oncology nurse for 33 years. MashaAllah, touch wood. Now I am retired. improve oncology nursing practice to help nurses care for patients more effectively. Of course, we should prepare nurses to deal with the patient, like conducting workshop and educate them how to answer the question of a patient and how to listen to them. Patients need listening. They need nursing to look at them and touch hand and listen to them. This is very important. And also applying relevant information to the patient and their families, as I mentioned. And most nurses and also doctors, they are helping us and preparing leaflet. When I was there, Dr. Hussein here, I think Dr. Hussein here, yeah, he used to check our leaflet, and other doctor as well. They used to check our leaflet to prepare for patient. In Arabic and English we use, because we have Bahraini and non-Bahraini coming to our unit. Forming cancer support group, think pink already, because recommendation already raised to Ministry of Health as well as Cancer Society and Breast Cancer Society in Bahrain. So all of them, they have their own cancer support group. And when I was there, we have cancer support group for patients. For me now, until now, I am with my patient, supporting them if they need any help regarding chemotherapy, as I have long experience with chemotherapy side effect and all. I used to explain to them and feel them more comfortable. Increase public awareness, like for example, management team through Think Pink to conduct workshop like breast self-examination, and we are doing also like breast cancer. They are doing Breast Cancer Society, Bahrain also. I mean, Minister of Health, they have public health. I think they are doing lecture about how to do breast self-examination as awareness, and I was a member of them. Only this year I left them, but I do with other society like Bahrain Cancer Societies, or even Breast Cancer Society. Just this month, October, maybe I did 10 lectures in different areas, whether university or what they call it, hotels or schools or mosque. I am doing the breast self-examination as awarening knowledge. Implementing strict rules and regulation regarding cancer-causing substance about smoking. I think Dr. Khulud, she was concerned about this subject, and it's really very important to put a real strict rule to avoid the smoking, or to control the area also, the environmental area from smoking. Further research from different perspective using a larger number. After I finish my nursing master, I encouraged oncology nurses to do phenomenology, like Fatma Saleh. I think she did about her research also on master about phenomenology, but about home care at home for patients also they need it. This is the reference. Thank you very much. This is my.
Thank you very much, Sister Shahzalan, for your participation in this conference. As always, you does. And although you're retired, but you are still the mother of oncology. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Now let's move to Miss Noof. Miss Noof is a cancer survivor, and she'll give us a lecture about the voice of cancer survivor with hereditary cancer. Please welcome.
السلام عليكم، مساء الخير. شكرا دكتورة عائشة، ما تشوفها لأن هي طلبتني أتكلم معاكم نوف عبد العزيز القطان. أنا مريضة بس الحمد لله الحين أنا متعافية من مرض السرطان. بدأت قصتي بتكلم عن قصتي بطريقة مختصرة جدا. اكتشفت المرض وعمري 33 سنة، فذاك الوقت كان في مستشفى السلمانية الصحي، أنا تعالجت عندهم. شلون اكتشفته؟ حسيت أنا ممرضة باي ذا واي، فيعني أنا من شغلي أشرح في عيادة الجراحة، بعد أشرح حق المرضى self examination, how to check yourself, you have to know your body. تعرفون شلون؟ يوم واحد حسيت بغدة غريبة في صدري اليمين. شلون؟ هذه ما كانت موجودة، بس إن لأن عندي أنا family history فشكيت صراحة. توقعت أصلاً من جوسيته، قلت لا وصل لي مثل موجود في العيلة. فرحت حق الدكاترة ونفس الشيء فحصوني، قالوا لي لا شكلها حميدة، بس لأن عندك فاميلي هيستوري بناخذ بايوبسي. فعقب ما خذوا لي البايوبسي يعني الدكاترة سوري نوف بس you have cancer. قلت لكم حاسة إحساسي ما يخيب، الشخص المريض يحس إذا في شيء. فهذه كان في المستشفى العسكري وما قصروا الدكاترة هناك، دخلوا العملية على طول عقبها بيومين، عقب ما سووا لي الستيجينج ويشوفون أشعة مراي بون سكان. فالحمد لله دخلت العمليات، شالوا لي لمبكتومي، شالوا لي بس الغدة، وقال لي الدكتور بنشيك الغدد اللمفاوية. فمن 30 غدة طلعوا 17. فيعني أنا اللي أشرح حق الناس أنا وصلت لستيج 3. ليش أنا وصلت هالشيء؟ لأن أنا كنت بعافية شوي، وكان عندي هدف حق عرس أخوي إنه أضعف. فيوم ضعف بينت الغدة، otherwise كان بيتم وبيزيد فيني وأنا ما أدري. فالحمد لله سويت الغدة وشوليتها ورحت حق دكتورة عائشة في مستشفى السلمانية الصحي، وما قصرت معاي هناك. يعني أي أحد يقول لي شنو شعورك بعد الكيماوي والإشعاعي؟ قلت لهم بالعكس، كانت أحلى تجربة بالنسبة لي، صعبة بس كانت حلوة. ليش؟ لأن الممرضات اللي هناك، الدكاترة اللي هناك كانوا عطوفين عليك، وبالعكس يجون يسألون شخبارك، شلونك، إن شاء الله بخير. عقب إذا أنت تعبتي عندهم في الوحدة يجونك الممرضات، ها أوكي مرتاحة أنت تقدرين تروحين البيت ولا تبي تتمين عندنا. فكانت تجربتي أقدر أقول شوية بداياتها صعبة، بس أنا طلعت منها أقوى من قبل. أنا قوية الحمد لله من قبل، بس بعقب التجربة ذي بالعكس أحس روحي واحدة ثانية. تغيرت أولوياتي تغيرت. قبل كان حياتي طلعتي دوامي كان أحلى شيء في الوجود. بعدها أولوياتي صارت عيلتي، هلي، أمي، إخواني، عيلتي، هذه أهم شيء. فبعد تجربتي مع مرض السرطان دكتورة عائشة قالت لي نوف أنتي صوتك صغيرة، خلينا نسوي لك براكاجين، يوك صغيرة خلينا نشيك. فشيكت لي طلعت بوزيتيف فور براكا جين. فقالت لي ها نوف الحين we have to do other steps since you got the gene. نفحص العيلة عقبها احنا شلون نتصرف وياك. الحمد لله من العيلة كلها ما حد طلع الا انا الفايزة في الموضوع. فعقب ما فزت في الموضوع اتفقنا يا دكتورة عائشة ان اروح حق سكند ستيب، ان انا بسوي بايلاترال ماستكتومي. هذا احنا الحين في البروسيس قاعدين بنقول. فبعد عقب سنة من العملية الروتين الام ار اي اجين طلع لي في الام ار اي ان انا ريكرنت، فطلع لي مرة ثانية. فحكيت علي الدكتورة لا أنا خلاص ما في بايلاترال ماستكتومي لازم موجود تسوينا. فحولتنا على دكتورة أمل الرئيس في مستشفى السلمانية، والحمد لله دكتورة أمل كانت وايد متعاونة. وأي أحد يسألني وين سويت العملية؟ في البحرين. حتى يعني رحت أتكلم برا وأتحكى عن البريست كانسر وشلون عندكم في البحرين؟ اي نعم، عندنا كل شيء في الديرة. دكاترتنا ما شاء الله عليهم شطار، ما يحتاج يروح برا، ما يروح لأي شيء، دكاترة موجودين وتحت الأمر أصلا، لو أي شيء نقول لهم على طول يكلمونا. فالحمد لله دكتور عائشة وصتني على دكتور أمل الريس وعبد الشهيد، ذاك الوقت كان في 2015، فسويت بايلاترال ماستكتومي. فالحمد لله صوب اليسار شيكوا لي ما فيني شيء. فاي ريدوس ماي ريسك فاكتور من 80% حق ريكرنسي ل 8% الحمد لله. فبعد ما انا سويت كل هالاشياء، انا شنو اسوي؟ انا وعي، اتحكى، اراويهم ترى اسمه مريض خبيث ويخرع الاسم، otherwise he's treatable. اي احد يكلمني نوف شلون عديت المرض؟ عادي مثل الناس، اسمه مرض يخرع، بس في النهاية المرض ما يخرع لأنه فيه له علاج. طول ما ربت قدامك حلك معاك تقدرين تعدين ذي المرحلة وإن شاء الله خير. Pcoc قدامكم أنا من 2013، أحسبوها من 2014، إحنا 2022. الحمد لله أنا بخير وصحة وسلامة، ودكاترة على طول معاي. صدق أول يوم كنت أغربلهم، أول سنة كنت 3 شهور، ليه خلصنا 5 سنين، الحين خلاص سنويا نسلم عليهم ونقول لهم السلام عليكم شلونكم مع السلامة. الحين حاليا دكتور عائشة تقولي نو سكند ستيب عقب البريست you have to do it علشان يصير الأوفريان إن شاء الله by next year خلاص. وبعدين إن شاء الله واحد ما يقول I'm cancer free forever, you never know. بس otherwise أي step يجيني أنا موجودة وقعدها إن شاء الله. مشكورين ما قصرتوا على الاستماع، إن شاء الله أكون خفيفة عليكم. شكرا.
شكرا أخت نوف، نقدر لك الحضور. انزين، والحين معانا الأخت فرح علي، تفضل. أعتذر، الأخت فرح ما راح تكون اليوم موجودة. We can have now our coffee break. بكرة إن شاء الله راح تكون موجودة في الكلوزينج. You can have like 20 minutes as a coffee break now. Exceeding? Okay, I'm sorry. I think it's exceeding. So we will start with Dr. The next. You can take 5 minutes? Okay, you can take 5 minutes. Okay.
مروان السلام. هاي لك. مشكور. حياك الله. أنا كنت بكلمك شوي أستاذ الماجري على أسئلة تواصليات عن التريننج فيديوز. Okay. And I told them they will give the part of college access عليها as a trial للجامعة. إيه خلاص شوف أنت عندك رقمي ولا؟ عندي رقمك بس بوصل لك يعني. ياخذ ويعطي لا عادي خالص.
We will start now the palliative session. Waiting for the others to come. We can wait for 2 minutes more. We'll start now. Dr. Jamal Khadr. Dr. Jamal. Dr. Jamal Khadr from Jordan. He's a consultant radiation oncologist at King Hussein Cancer Center, Amman. He's the head of genitourinary multidisciplinary team. He's a chairman of KHCC Academy for Education and Training, senior faculty member, College of European School of Oncology. And I would like to mention that we are lucky that we have a collaboration between Ministry of Health and King Hussein Cancer Center since around 2008, 2009. And doctors are sent abroad to the KHCC for training. And of course, Dr. Jamal, he was always there for the resident, and I am one of the residents who was graduated from the KHCC under his umbrella. You are welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Thank you, Dr. Fatma or Dr. Walid. Actually, first of all, I would like really to thank the organizing committee, mainly Dr. Aisha and Zamiritna Dr. Fatma for the kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to be back here in Bahrain. So I'll be talking about something now different. Now it's a treatment rather than the very important, interesting talks since morning about the screening and the cancer registry is about the treatment and how we are changing in the way of thinking or to treating the metastatic disease or advanced disease or the palliative approach. So I'll be talking about the role of radiotherapy in general in palliative setting, and I will concentrate about the role of the SBRT since now it is the new mode of a treatment, not only for radical cases like for prostate and pancreatic cancer and the lung, but also in the palliative setting, and also some advantage of this, the stereotactic body radiotherapy, which is the SBRT, some conclusive remarks. Now, as mentioned in the morning, according to the Pcoc 2020, which is the latest report, in 2020, we'll be having around 19.3 million new cases, and unfortunately, we'll lose half of them, about 9.6 or 10 millions. And it's expected in 2035 that this number will increase to 25 millions, and again, we will lose about 13 millions. Now, it's expected again by the IARC that 70% of those increase will be in the low and middle income countries. Now, it is known for many years now, many publications, that during the course of the disease of the oncology, about 50 to 60% of cancer patients will need radiotherapy, whether it's in a radical form or palliative form. So this means that in 2020 alone, about 10 million people, cancer patients, actually they needed radiotherapy. So this is, which is a huge number. So talking about the role of radiotherapy in palliative setting is really successful, time efficient, well tolerated, cost-effective intervention, with really very important role in alleviate the symptoms, especially the pain for patients. But now there is a distinction between curative and palliative. When you refer your patient to radiotherapy, now you should know that my referral I'm talking about a palliative intent or it's a radical. There are some gray zone between both of them. And this is really related to the patient's condition and cancer itself. So are you talking about the poor performance status, advanced age, significant weight loss, severe comorbidities? It's not like other patients with very good general condition with performance zero, performance status is zero, and young, especially young patients. So, and also there are some other factors related to cancer itself. What type of cancer? Are you really treating pancreatic cancer or GBM or a small cell, which is really the outcome is still poor, or you are talking about the breast cancer or prostate cancer? So it's absolutely the survival is different. And whether you are talking about metastatic disease and even the metastatic, what metastasis, what stage 4 you are talking? Are you talking about one lesion in the bone or in the brain or in the adrenal, that's it? Or you are talking about widespread metastasis in many organs? So even the stage 4, even the metastatic setting has to be defined, and then you can advise your treatment. So our goal always in palliation or palliative service is alleviate symptoms and also with effective treatment, less side effects, preserving good quality of life. But most importantly, what I'm talking about today is how we can improve outcome treatment in terms of disease-free survival and overall survival. There are many trials we do with immunotherapy, with targeted therapy, with other systemic therapy, just to increase disease-free survival and just to increase overall survival. This is our aim. Why not also include in that some mode of radiotherapy, taking the advantage of the new technologies in radiation oncology, trying even not only to alleviate the pain and also the symptoms, relieve the symptoms of patients with metastatic setting, but also try to increase disease-free survival and overall survival. So there are many efforts have been done for the last 15 or 20 years, trying to reduce the comorbidities for patients and to act effectively, like minimally invasive surgery, immunotherapy, and the use of the SPRT that I'm going to talk about. Not only radical, which is now it's a standard like in the prostate cancer and the pancreatic cancer and the other cancers, but also in palliative care. So the old days, metastasis, patients will die, stage 4, sent to palliative treatment or palliative physician. This is not actually not accepted anymore. Now, we know traditionally that palliation in the palliative setting, radiotherapy can help in brain metastasis with our whole brain, or now we shifted many years ago, stereotactic radiosurgery or stereotactic radiofractionation, pain relief like bone metastasis, spinal cord compression, superior vena cava, obstruction, bleeding, like from hematuria, from a huge, say, bladder mass, hemoptysis, lung mass, skin soft tissue mass, when sometimes it's open up and that will lead to some bleeding, obstruction for the airway, if you have any compression from the lung or other lesions in the bronchus or in the esophagus. That's our daily, we do it on daily basis. So these are some of the examples of some of the MRIs and CT scans of treating the brain, the spinal cord compression, the bone metastasis, and also whether you use a 3D, and now most of our hospitals, we have the new technologies like the VMAT or IMRT, in which the dose, roughly speaking, is the same, but the side effects is less, utilizing the advanced technology like the VMAT and the like you see here in this one. So actually the dose is the same, but side effects is less, because the conformality around the tumor is better with the new technology like the VMAT or the these are another indication that we use in our daily practice, the radiotherapy for the adrenal metastasis, for the bladder cancer, that's surgery is not possible with hematuria, hemoptysis, SVC obstruction, skin lesions and liver metastasis, and also cervical bleeding. So that is what we do. But And these are the common doses of radiotherapy. You can see 30 in 10, 20 in 5, 8 in 1. MD Anderson protocol, which is 37 in 15 fraction. And sometimes for lung, we give weekly, which is 7 gray into 3, total 21. But if you see about these doses, this is a palliative dose, meaning you are not ablating the tumor. You are not trying to kill all the tumor radically, because this is just to alleviate pain. And that's why we call palliation, but really it's not ablation. So, and these are what we used to do, either if you have the, of course, IMRT and VMAT, or sometimes the brachytherapy for the treating palliatively. Now, what are the advances in the radiotherapy that we help not only radically, but for the palliative disease? Just imagine that if you have a patient referred to you with breast cancer and you have just one single bone metastasis in the vertebra, or you have a colon cancer and there is a single lesion by PET scan in the lung, which surgery, we know surgery is the way to go, but surgery for one reason, the other is not possible. Unfit, sometimes patients are unfit or refusing surgery. How you deal with this? What options you have, and the adrenals as well. If you have colon cancer, or if you have the lung cancer and you have adrenal. Those cases metastatic, we know it is a stage 4. But our approach to this will be totally different, just to give the palliative dose. In those cases, we should consider the new technologies that we have, and also the evidence from literature that if you give the high dose, which is the stereotactic ablative or stereotactic radiotherapy, for those, probably you can control. Disease-free survival is better, and in some cases, some publications that even the overall survival might improve. Now, oligometastasis, the concept was not there before 1995. Only in 1995, when the Hillman, who was the ASCO president, he just named something with his colleague and published oligometastasis. So what we know before, we know either it is local disease, early disease, locally advanced but not metastatic, or metastatic. So only these, the main major 3 groups of the staging. Now, Hillman said that there are some cases that even with metastasis, probably if you'll try radically to treat those, the metastatic site, you may increase the survival and you may cure those patients. So that's why they change it, that either that we have to call some disease in the early, locally advanced, without any metastasis, and then metastatic, and we have to keep between both the oligometastasis, that this is really a classification that should be considered, and this is the best done in the multidisciplinary clinic. Radiologists, the pathologists, the surgeon, the medical oncologist, the radiation oncologist have to sit and to see what staging is there for this patient and how really will be our approach to treat. So the definition of oligometastasis that Hillman and his colleague put, that it's a solitary or few detectable metastatic lesions that are usually confined to a single organ or maybe more than one organ. If you have one lesion in the bone, like I showed you, and one lesion in the lung, are you saying that this is only metastatic and go for systemic therapy or PIS supportive care or palliative care and that's it? Or you try your best to cure your patient by trying to control. And we have also a strong evidence in colorectal cancer. Colorectal cancer, if you diagnose a patient with liver metastasis, still your aim is to cure. So you go resect the liver metastasis and you continue the treatment. So, and for lung, for adenocarcinoma, if you have in the adrenal and also in the brain, still you'll try, and the surgically, the tumor in the lung is operable, so you go for radical. For those two, these two diseases, we have, the practice for many years. Now, there are more indication for considering the SBRT or local surgery whenever possible for some other diseases as well. So there is more, then after the Hillman really proposed his classification, they said, now it's a definition, what you call oligometastasis, how many lesions should be. So they said, better to say it 5 and less. And now, depending upon some studies, to try to see the outcome of those patients, if you have less than 5, ideally less than 3, or more than 5. Some of the publications showed that the survival and the disease-free survival, especially the overall survival, is better if you have less than 5 rather than the 5. And this is less than 5, still you call it oligometastasis, and you try to treat radically. There is also another publication which said that if you have one metastasis, which is logic, the outcome is better if you have one metastatic site rather than 2 sites, bone and brain, or more, which is logic, but the approach is different, that to try really to treat these lesions if less than 5. So patients with 5 or less, early detection aggressive treatment of patients with a small number of metastatic lesion is worth testing as an approach to improve the long-term survival. So here comes in radiation oncology, the SBRT, especially in some conditions where surgery is not possible, like in the brain or like in the liver or in the lung. And here the mechanism is different. In the usual radiotherapy, which is the conventional dose, 1.8 to 2 gray per fraction, we are using high one, 5, 7, 10 gray per fraction or more. The mechanism of action is different. We are not targeting only the DNA. We are targeting the microvasculature of the tumor. So it's totally different. That's why, you know, for radiation oncologists, we know that radiotherapy for RCC, for example, renal cell carcinoma, is not considered because this is very resistant disease, because we are targeting the DNA. And RCC, why it is really resistant? Because most in the cell cycle, you know, going back to radiobiology, they will concentrate in the S phase, not the M phase. While in small cell and lymphoma and seminoma, it is the mitosis phase in the cell cycles, the concentration is more. That's why it's sensitive. So for seminoma, for example, we give 20 gray as a prophylactic, while in the others, we give like 70 or 80 gray. So here now, there is another classification, not only classification of oligometastasis, but also subsites of the oligometastasis. Now we know the synchronous oligometastasis, metachronous, oligopersistence, oligorecurrence, and oligoprogression. If you diagnose at stage, while staging your patients, and that patients will have at presentation a metastasis, you call it as synchronous. If you treat without, after staging, there is no metastasis, stage 1 or 2, and later on, you will have metastasis that is a metachronous one. Oligopersistent, that there is, you know, less than 5 metastases, and that persists, doesn't progress or regress with whatever systemic treatment is there. Oligorecurrence, you treat the lesions that you see and you define as oligomets, and that will, after many years, it will, or many months, it will recur in the same one that you already treated. That is the oligo recurrence, and oligoprogression you treated, and after some time it will progress. So we have really to be familiar with this one, and now these are the definition now of oligometastasis, oligoprogression. It's already there from 2019, and these are some landmark trials which tested the SBRT and treating the metastatic lesion with a successful outcome. And there are some ongoing studies now just for oligometastasis. There are many in the prostate, for the lung, the breast, colorectal cancer, how to really to tackle by the SBRT these things. And we know as the oncologists that if you deal with the small cell lung cancer or GBM, it's not like, or pancreatic cancer, is not like a renal cell or some of the colorectal cancer. That's why they classified the favorable condition tumors and the unfavorable one, because there are some like pancreatic cancer, still the outcome is poor for the last 25 years, despite a lot of clinical trials that have been done, but we are failing very badly to improve significantly the outcome. So these are the conditions that I said that if you have it, so probably you consider SBRT for this. Why? Because we are considering the ablative dose and not the palliative dose. And this is very important. Like in the lung, you have to give more than 100 degree radiobiologically. Like when we consider 50 and 4 fractions, it is more than 100, it's around 110. It's like giving 54 fractions, but actually you are giving 4 fractions. You are increasing the dose and you're reducing the number of the fractions, and that will go to the microvasculature of the disease and try to cut that microvasculature or to stop it there, so there'll be no feeding to the cancer cells. So we have now in the better technology, we have the image-guided radiotherapy, the CBCT, we have the POM beam CT, we have the VMAT, which is only few minutes of treatment, not like before. For IMRT, we used to treat for half an hour or 45 minutes. Now, just with the ARC therapy, 2 to 3 minutes, actually, the treatment is over. So there are some advantages in the machines of radiation oncology. No delay in systemic therapy if you want to plan, if you consider SPRT just few days, good number of studies to support high dose per fraction. And also, as I mentioned, it will work in microvasculature. So it is the SPRT highly confirmed radiation confined to the extracranial target, use of multiple direction or arc therapy, the VMAT one. And the radiobiologically, the effectiveness is like double or triple than the conventional one. Now, if you will do it, you start it, and my colleagues in radiation oncologists here, they know that you have the experience. You should have two things. You should have the experience and you should have also the technology. Without the technology and good experience, is really difficult to start any SPRT in your program, because you are giving high dose per fraction. And really the chances of mistakes should be like minimal or zero if possible. So sometimes you need for the SPRT immobilization, like Pcoc simulation for lung, you have 4D. If you don't have 4D, you cannot start SPRT for the lung. And also the good medical physicists to support your treatment and the image guided. This is like the lung. If you're treating the lung metastatic or the primary, you should have a 4D, because you should know the movements of the tumor while treating, which is really very important. So you take all steps of the inhalation, exhalation, and also the normal breathing into account. And always remember, when we do contouring, we do it in the CT scan, which is static, but actually the tumor moves. It's not fixed in the body while treating. So it will be like this. So your isodose for radiation, it's like an envelope. بلف كله جوا الانvelope. So always keep that in mind. There are some mandatory steps you have to take before starting any SPRT, and these are some of the outcome of the treatment, whether primary or metastatic, for the lesion, and that is after a few months or a year or two by CT scan or by PET scan. Liver, again, the same. The liver, we know the SPRT for liver metastasis is very important if surgery is not possible, or the RFA. And there are also now, there is one trial, we are part of it. It's run by the IEA to compare the SPRT with surgery. So it's ongoing. There are 11 countries. 11 cancer centers are involved in this study. So the spine very important also. It's not like before, all the vertebra should be irradiated 20 and 5 or 80 gray and 1 fraction. No, now you try with the technology that you have to be away from the spinal cord and to treat only the affected part with the high dose. Previously, we could not give the high dose because of the tolerance to the spinal cord. Now, with the technology that you have, you can go around the tumor, the spinal cord, and you can deliver very high dose. And by this, you can ablate actually the tumor cells there, not only palliate the pain. So you are controlling the pain, but also trying to kill all the cells in that vertebra. The same for the lymph nodes also, whether prostate or other cancer, gynecological cases. You can just by high dose respecting also the bowel dose. Adrenal also now, it's really, it's the field is a hot field in treating SBRT by this, and the liver as well as mentioned. Bone, not only the vertebra, but the other bone, you can hit it by the SBRT as well. And these are some of the PMAT studies to show you the conformability around the tumor. And these are the doses. I showed you the usual one, which for many years we practice for different, for asphyxia obstruction, spinal cord compression, for bleeding. That's fine for those conditions. But for the oligometastasis, when you have a very limited, and these are actually the most commonly used doses, like for the lung 15-4, just 4 fractions, 4 أيام كل يوم, مش يوم بعد يوم. It's like giving 108 gray, more than 100 gray. يعني عن 4 أو 2 أو 28 جلسة اللي يجي. The spine 24 gray in 2 fractions, يومين فقط يومين, and that's it. Non-spine bone again 35 5 fractions. So it's usually only a few number of fractions, but also the large. لو تروحوا هلا على بوب ميد, how really this is very important. زي هلا بالميديكال اونكولوجي فيلد, الاميونوثيرابي, it's everywhere in each and every disease is immunotherapy. في الراديوثيرابي او في الراديشن اونكولوجي فيلد, it is the SBRT. It is now the time was the study of the SBRT for 2 things: radical treatment and palliative treatment. If you just go and search على SBRT rule في palliative radiotherapy, more than 208 trials, new trials for last few years published on this. Radical مثلا بروستات كنا زمان نعطي 42 جلسة, والمريض رايح جاي على المستشفى شهرين. Now it's 5 days only. I mean 5 fractions every other day. 5 fractions will give you the same effect as the 78 or 81 gray and 42. حتى البريست الآن 5 fractions only. اللي كنا زمان 25 جلسة وكمان للبوست وللكذا, هلا 5 fractions only. So احنا متجهين أكثر بالراديشن اونكولوجي على أكثر الهاي دوز بير fraction, whether hypofractionation or the SBRT. So هنا طبعا many studies have shown the efficacy of the SBRT في liver metastasis. And you can see liver metastasis in colorectal cancer expected to be the best outcome, followed by breast, lung, or pancreatic cancer. But you can see it has been used SBRT for liver metastasis. وطبعا بتشوف هناك BED less than or more than 100. BED radiological effectiveness, it should be more than 100, which is very high. And that can only be achieved by the SBRT and the new technology. And these are the trials which already published about the use of the SBRT for liver metastasis. And again, for the lung, نفس الشيء, metastatic to the lung, the best results in the breast, but then lung, colorectal cancer, and head and neck. And again, it should be very high dose. Less than 100 radiological, it will not work. It should be more than 100, which is very high actually, and needs the technology and the expertise. Adrenal mets as well, it has been tested and found really disease-free survival, and some of the conditions that I mentioned, even the overall survival may increase. Now, why then the SBRT should advantage? Quality of life is good. Compliance page, مريض بدل ما يجي شهر كل يوم رايح جاي, it's only few days only. So the compliance with patients will be more. Good toxicity profile, social benefit. يعني الواحد بده يعطل يجيب ابوه ولا والدته ولا اخته ولا كذا, يعني بتكون اقل burden عليهم. Tumor control with time is just only few minutes of the treatment, with safe treatment as well already tested. So in conclusion, SBRT is considered as a tool in palliative and ablative therapy for oligometastasis. And further advances in palliative care, oncology subspecialty will require integration. هنا مهم جدا المالتي clinic. يعني مش كل واحد ياخذ قرار لحاله. This is my في there is a lesion في البون, خلص ميتاستاتيك, روح على البون ميتس والسلام عليكم, ويعني palliative care or best supportive care. No, it is the multidisciplinary clinic in which everyone has to be there and to update about the case and about what options are there. So this is really my last message, that please concentrate in multidisciplinary clinic. احنا بالاردن كينج حسين كانسر سنتر قبل 2003 ما كان عندنا multidisciplinary clinic، ولما بلشناها اخذت منا 6 اشهر واحنا نتطاوش في القاعه. لما لا انت صح انا مش صح، انا السكول تاعي بحكي هيك، انت السكول تاعك كذا، وفي ناس يزعلوا ويطلعوا سينيور وجونيور، الجونيور اذا حكى كلمه وايفيدنس بيس السينيور يزعل. اخذنا 6 اشهر. بعدين هلا we cannot live without multidisciplinary clinic, believe me. So each and every disease that we treat, we have a team. We have a team. And that team من الكل موجودين، من nuclear medicine للradiologist للpathologist للsocial worker للradiation medical. We set all the new cases, we discuss and put a plan. So that really is my last message. ويعطيكم ألف عافية. Questions later on.
Thank you. بعدين in the panel discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Jamal Khadr, for this informative lecture. Thank you very much.
Now it is my pleasure to introduce second speaker, Dr. Sami Serafi. He's a professor of clinical oncology, Kasralini Faculty of Medicine, Cairo University, Egypt, head of palliative medicine unit, Department of Clinical Oncology and Nuclear Medicine. He's pioneered in palliative medicine in Egyptian University since 2008, established first university hospital-based palliative medicine in Egypt. In the field of palliative care, and have more than 60 scientific publications reviewed and in international journals and national scientific meeting. As he is a regional expert in palliative care, Dr. Serafi is also member of World Health Organization Eastern Mediterranean. Welcome Dr. Sami. يعني شكرا لقبولك الدعوة ومنور. تفضل first presentation.
شكرا. السلام عليكم. بسم الله. First, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this very important meeting, and thanks for including palliative care in the program. This is very important. And congratulations for the advancement in cancer care in Bahrain that I was not aware of until today. My presentation is about palliative cancer care in Egypt. I will give you just a hint about the overall picture of palliative care in Egypt. Then I will discuss with you our small experience in palliative cancer care, an academic palliative cancer care model, our unit in Kasralini. Palliative care and cancer pain control in Egypt. This is the statistics for the cancer burden in Egypt. We can see that in 2020, we had almost 150,000 new cases a year, 75 times here in Bahrain. And the extrapolated number is expected, we are approaching 200,000 soon. But what is astonishing is that the majority of patients are still dying of cancer. So it is estimated now that more than 120,000 patients are dying a year because of cancer. And we are in a desperate need for cancer, palliative cancer care. But what's the current situation in Egypt? This is the world map of palliative care development in general. As we can see, the gray color means no palliative care activity, okay? And the darker the color, the higher the level of palliative care development, like in Canada, States, most of Northern and Western Europe, Australia, and so on. In our region, most of the color is for isolated provision. Isolated provision, I can count from 20 to 30 palliative care services in Egypt, but 30 services in 104 million country is very negligible palliative care. The most advanced situation is here in the Gulf region, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and so on. And I believe there is no major change in this map so far. Maybe the exception is Saudi Arabia with the new 23 vision, with the generalization of palliative care provision. I think soon they will reach the preliminary stage of integration or even the advanced stage of integration. And this is the opioid consumption in Egypt in morphine equivalent total opioid use worldwide. Again, the darker the color, the better, the higher the consumption of opioids. And this is an indication of better cancer pain control and better palliative care provision. Again, Egypt is in the orange color. Medium, but still inadequate. So in general, palliative care in Egypt is an early stage of development. And I will describe our experience. How we did we start palliative cancer care in our center? It was established in September 2008. It was the first palliative medicine unit in Egypt 14 years ago. The first medical school-based palliative medicine unit in the Arab world, I believe. With the mission to develop, provide, promote the highest quality culture-sensitive palliative care to improve the quality of life of patients with advanced illnesses and their families in Egypt. Currently, the staffing of the unit, we have 6 physicians. We are all oncologists. Till now, palliative care is not a specialty or a subspecialty in Egypt. So we are all oncologists. 4 of us are working full-time palliative cancer care who are not doing oncology. 1 professor, 2 lecturers, and 1 medical MD clinical oncology candidate, and 2 part-time professors helping us in the clinic, 1 rotating clinical oncology resident, and plus or minus a rotating MD oncology candidate. Unfortunately, this number next month will come down to only 3. 1 professor will be retired, 1 lecturer will have a maternity leave, and 1 will finish her work in her MD and rotating. So we are quite short of staff. We don't have trained palliative care trained social workers or physiotherapists or pharmacists. So we depend on the oncology, our oncology center in these professions as part-time or consultation, social worker, physiotherapists, and we have psychiatry clinic weekly combined with our unit. I did not describe our center, the Kasr Al-Ain Center of Clinical Oncology and Nuclear Medicine is the department of clinical oncology and nuclear medicine in Cairo University. We receive annually from 2,000 to 3,000 new cancer patients. Annually, we have 6 radiation therapy machines. We have around 100 beds in patients, and so on. So we have a good load. The palliative medicine unit, we have clinical activities, education, and research. In clinical, these are the known palliative care models in general. We are trying to provide tertiary palliative care and home care and outpatient center. This is the number of newly referred patients to the palliative medicine unit. Unfortunately, I don't have the updated data. I have data up to 2018. We received more than 800 new referrals to the unit. We have an outpatient clinic 5 times a week. These are the statistics for the 2018 clinic, where, as I said, we received more than 800 patients, new referrals, and total number of the clinic visits was more than 7,000, with the ranging from 9 to 46. And in some clinics, the number of patients exceeds 40, and sometimes there is only 1 physician in the clinic. On the average of 25 patients per clinic. In Bishop beds, we don't have dedicated beds. And when we started the palliative care unit at the center, we did not ask much, because if you ask much, we want a dedicated room, I want to dedicated beds, I want dedicated staff, probably no one will listen to you. And this is how palliative care started everywhere in the world, step by step. Okay, I will not cost you anything. Okay, we'll use your beds. I need part-time physicians with me. We will not cost you more medicines and so on. So it will be acceptable. And 1 by 1, we can make a big change. The causes of admission, uncontrolled distressing symptoms, intervention that can be done outside, like insertion of intercostal tube or paracentesis and so on, serious infection and so on. And home care, we are trying our best to care for patients at home. As palliative home care is the gold standard palliative care. We can arrange for physician visits, phone consultation, family education, supplies like air mattresses, oxygen cylinders, diapers, financial support. And this is done in collaboration with home care services, NGOs, like JOSAP. We have only 2 NGOs working in palliative care in Egypt so far. One of them is JOSAP. They are arranging for home care for terminally ill patients. What about education? In 2018, we submitted a request to include palliative medicine and oncology in the undergraduate curriculum, and we got that approval. It was a 1-week module for 24 hours. We gained 2 credit points and 40 marks allocated to the course. Unfortunately, just this year, the first course was completed for 4th-year medical students on the 4th of June 2022. And this is the outcome of the course that we deliver to the undergraduates. It is about introducing palliative care, how to manage common symptoms in palliative care, what about end-of-life care, grief and bereavement, ethical and legal issues, and so on. It was more like raising awareness about the importance of palliative care and the approach of palliative care for undergraduates, and then feedback from the students was very positive, and we were very much surprised how did they interact with the very short course. Postgraduate, we are focusing on clinical oncologists in general. As I said, we don't have yet a specialty or subspecialty training in palliative care. We have now routinely a clinical oncology resident rotation. So the clinical oncologist residents, to complete their training, they have to come to the palliative care unit and spend at least 3 months. Palliative care cancer courses for the clinical oncology in master degree students and the MD students as well. And we are involved in the exam for the master's degree and MD students who are involved in the exam. They have questions about palliative medicine. And we made a lot of palliative cancer courses, workshops in cancer care facilities and conferences. This is the palliative medicine unit assessment sheet. We made it to educate clinical oncologists in the basics of palliative care. What do they need to know about palliative care in their practice as oncologists? Basically, how to assess the performance status, the palliative performance scale, and this is translated. We are the one who translated this palliative performance scale, the most famous performance assessment tool in palliative care worldwide. We translated it into Arabic at our unit, and how to use the ISAS, how to assess symptoms, what are the steps of the WHO analgesic ladder, how to assess the quality of life. We are using the QLQC15 PAL of the URTC, how to calculate the quality of life, and so on. So when they finish the rotation in the palliative care unit, they go out with the basic knowledge on assessment and management of symptoms for patients with advanced cancer. And this is the courses that we do in conferences. Annually, we participate in the breast gynecology immunology cancer conference. This is probably by far the largest oncology conferences in the region. And the theme for this year will be about a review of OSMO guidelines on palliative cancer care. It will be around 3 hours. And I'm inviting you to come and attend this important meeting. It is a nice one. About research, this was our research plan when we started the palliative medicine unit. We concentrated on the validation of Arabic version of common assessment tools used in advanced cancer setting. As I said, we translated the palliative performance scale into Arabic with the permission of Victoria Hospice in Canada. And we recently finished the translation and validation of the Australia modified Karnofsky palliative performance scale, translated in Arabic as well. And currently we are working on one of the quality of life assessment for caregivers for translation and validation. What about the bliss of death of patients? And this was a very important issue because this will determine the future of palliative care. What kind of services, what kind of models do we need in Egypt according to the place of death? What are the preferences? What are the actual place of death? And barriers to cancer pain control and family caregivers. Will see some of our research and research in cancer and mixed cachexia. What was the outcome? We sharing undergraduate as well in research. We are involved with undergraduate students in research. Currently, we have 2 teams of enabling students working on 2 research projects in the unit. The first project is about the reliability and validity of Arabic translation of the Caregiver Oncology Quality of Life Questionnaire, Cargo Goal Quality of Life. And the second project is about the quality of life social support and burnout among informal caregivers for patients with advanced cancer. Postgraduate, in our unit, clinical oncologists completed 3 PhD theses, and there is one ongoing for the time being. And 13 master's degree theses were completed in our unit, and there is one ongoing now. And alhamdulillah, fortunately, almost all of this, the results of all these research projects were published in international peer-reviewed palliative care journals. We are collaborating nationally and internationally. Nationally, we collaborate with Alexandria University, Monofia, Beni Suef, Zagazig, Cairo University Faculty of Nursing, the Meta Cancer Center, the Ministry of Health. Candidates from these centers come to our unit, and they do combined projects. So they have the basic knowledge about palliative care, and they complete their MSc. We have international collaborations with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Yemen, United Kingdom, Italy, as you will see. Publications during the last 12 years, we had more than 50 publications in international peer-reviewed journals, original articles, 13 in local peer-reviewed journals, abstracts, 43 abstracts in international conferences outside Egypt, and 3 in Egypt, 2 books. So in total, more than 110 publications during the last years. We have original articles published in reputable peer-reviewed palliative care journals like Journal of Pain and Symptom Management, BMJ Supported Palliative Care, BMC Palliative Care, Journal of Palliative Medicine, Palliative Supportive Care, and so on. This is one of our publications. This was the PhD of the clinical oncologists who completed their PhD thesis at our unit. It was published last year in the Journal of Pain and Symptom Management, the official journal of the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine. It was a randomized control trial about the use of mirtazapine for the management of anorexia in patients with advanced cancer. The trial was accepted for late-breaking abstract and presented orally in the ESMO 2019. Actually, this was a very huge achievement for our unit. I'm not aware of any pure trial done in our country and presented as oral presentation in the ESMO. Usually, when they accept something like that, this means that this is practice-changing trial. And this is actually what happened, yani, because mirtazapine was used worldwide for the anorexia of patients, but we found no effect of mirtazapine on anorexia. And this is the attention score of this article by Altmetric. Altmetric assessed more than 22 million publications. And this article in particular, in the top 2% of the articles regarding the attention. Conferences, we participated in many conferences with our research, the ESMO 5 times, in the EPIC Congress 9 times, and so on. And we received the special poster prize from the EPIC Congress twice. What's the future? In our future, we hope that we can achieve our mission to develop, provide, promote the highest quality culture-sensitive palliative care to improve the quality of life of patients, advanced illness, and their families in Egypt. We have many challenges. We are short of staff, we are short of resources, but and there is resistance to change as usual. But we are hoping for the best. Of course, our current situation, this was not our hope when we started, but we are moving slowly, steadily and slowly. I hope soon we can have a recognition of palliative medicine as a specialty or subspecialty. We can have qualifications, palliative medicine, expansion of the palliative medicine unit, and non-cancer palliative care that we don't have till now in Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sami, for this elegant illustrative presentation, and we have many questions and discussion after finishing the session. Now we are shift to the third presentation. It will be Dr. Sajda. I think it will be on Zoom online. She's ready. Yes, it is our pleasure to introduce our colleagues. Dr. Sajda is senior consultant, senior specialist in Salmania Hospital in oncology department and especially in palliative care unit. And she's internal medicine Arab board certificate 2015, Saudi license in March 2009, full GME registration with license, and member in drug safety project in SMC, member in mortality committee in oncology department, medical trainee in family clinical master program in Arabian Gulf University. Dr. Sajda, we miss you. And
I miss you too also.
Okay. Okay. It is very nice to see you via Zoom, and we are waiting to listen to you. Okay. تفضلي.
Thank you so much. صوتي واضح؟
Yes.
Okay. مساء الخير جميعا. I think I miss most of the audience today. I'll be back after 1 year after finishing my fellowship in palliative care. My presentation today will be on behalf of myself and palliative team and my department, oncology, Dr. Walid, and the oncology department headed by Dr. Aisha Zaman. I'll speak today about palliative care goals and future vision in governmental hospitals. So my presentation today will be about what is palliative care, definitions, aims, values, palliative care services, palliative care team, local palliative services, and future vision of palliative care team and services in governmental hospitals. So as introduction, we should know a few aims of palliative care in this
The multidisciplinary team, which includes the home care worker, enables this as far as possible, medically, emotionally, and spiritually.
You understand that he's been quite clear about not wanting to be resuscitated. I think we should honour that.
Yes, we will.
I think we're at that stage, Janet.
The most important role of the care worker is to provide direct care for the person who is actually dying, and to provide reassurance for all the people who love that person and to give them emotional support.
It means they can be surrounded by the things that they love, they're in familiar surroundings, and they're with family and friends.
Looking back, it means so much to me now to have been involved in his care alongside the nurses. The care team were incredible. They made sure Dad's wishes were followed according to his advanced care planning.
So we are in November, and November is a National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. So we are celebrating this month by awareness of oncology and palliative care conference in Bahrain. So palliative care, it's all about quality of life, patient dignity, comfort, relieving stress for patients and supporting the family as well. So it is about hope, it's about comfort, H for high quality pain and symptom control, O for optimal support for patients, P promotional of quality of life, E emotional and spiritual care. So pallia, what is palliative care? So palliative care is derived from Latin pallium, pallia, which means to cloak or to comfort. Palliation means to cloak over, to not to address the underlying causes, but to eliminate the effects. So palliate, to make less severe. In healthcare, to palliate means to lessen the severity of symptoms of an illness without curing or removing the underlying cause. So palliative care definition in WHO in 2003 means that it's an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families facing the problem associated with life-threatening illnesses through the prevention, relief of suffering by early identification, assessment, and treatment of pain and other problems, physically, psychologically, and spiritual manner. So what is the difference between palliative care and hospice care? Palliative care is a broad meaning, means symptom management of a life-limiting illness. But hospice care means symptom management and comfort care at the end of life. So here we can see that hospice care and palliative care, they are focusing both on improving the quality of life and alleviating symptoms like pain. And palliative care can be used at any point after diagnosis, and it is paired with the treatment of your condition, paired with chemotherapy, paired with radiotherapy. This is palliative care. But on hospice care, it is used once your condition is considered terminal. In dying patient means that you have only 6 months or less to live. So our goals in palliative care: to relieve from pain. Main symptom is the pain and other distressing symptoms, promoting a quality of life for patients and their families as well. We are concentrating on patients and their families, helping the family coping during the patient illness, through the journey and end of the journey in bereavement, helping patients to live as actively as possible until the patient death. Psychological, spiritual are very, very important in this journey. So we should remember that palliative care treats, prevents, or relieves the symptoms of a serious or progressive illness. Comfort is our main goal. We are not hastening death. We are not making people to die earlier. We are just making the journey comfortable as it is by ending.
In the comfort of my own home.
They helped me get my independence back.
And helped me to walk again.
I thought it was just a waiting room to die.
So I was pretty scared about coming.
But when I'm here, I wish I could stay longer.
For the music therapy.
Or the massages.
And the big helping of humour.
And the friends. The hospice made me realise I'm not the only one going through this.
I learned a lot from my companions.
Like how to celebrate life.
Even in difficult times.
And tough conversations.
You can cry at St. Luke's and somebody is there to give you a hug and a cup of tea.
There's nothing they can't do.
Whatever I need, anytime, night or day.
They help me to manage the pain.
Enough to send me home again.
I would have been lost without them.
So palliative care is for patients and their families and caregivers. So time for family meetings and patient counseling, they're very, very important. We are not treating with the patients. We are facing families. We are facing denial. We are facing anger. We are facing a very difficult situation that the relatives they are in. So we are dealing both with patients who are dying and with the family who is frustrated of losing someone they are loving. So coordinating an interdisciplinary meeting to discuss the prognosis and treatment options, very, very important, and to establish the goals of care, either it's comfort or a hospice or a dying phase. So through these conversations, doctors, nurses, come to understand patients and family values and can then recommend the treatments that are consistent with those values. So what are the values we are considering in family meetings? We are considering honest, We should be honest in delivering any information for them, not to give false hopes. We share the treatment plans, sharing the ideas, sharing the prognosis for the patients. We should have built a trust between us and the family, and we should respect their goals. We should respect their opinions, refusal of a treatment, and other things. And things should be integrated with the other palliative care teams. So when is palliative care started in cancer care? So most of us, or most of the people, they think that the palliative care may be started only at end of life. No, palliative care may be provided at any point along the cancer care, or from diagnosis of malignancy till the end of life. When a person receives palliative care, he or she may continue to receive cancer treatment. So from this diagram, we can see that the palliative care started at time of diagnosis, it lasts till end of life, and also it lasts after dying of the patient in bereavement care as well. So hospice care will be at the end of life and in bereavement care, but palliative care will be in your whole journey in cancer treatment. So where is palliative care provided? We can provide palliative care in hospitals, general hospital or private hospitals. In a hospice where the dying or dying patients is, at homes, we prefer to provide palliative care at homes because patients will be surrounded by their beloved family at the end of life or at the end of their life. In any medical center can be provided. So what is medical team of palliative care consists of? It is not only a physician, it is a multidisciplinary team. It consists of a specialized doctor, consultant anesthesiologists, specialized nurse in palliative care, specialized dietitian, pharmacist, psychologist, physical occupational therapy, social worker, and spiritual care, which is very, very important. So in this slides, I will demonstrate the palliative care services available in our governmental hospital in behalf of my colleagues, in behalf of my oncology department. I'm pleased to present palliative care services developmental strategies, and we have a vision in 2025 to implement a good palliative care team unit with a collaboration with other centers, establishing education, training, and implementing guidelines and DPPs, which already we have. The strategy will focus on review, implement, and establish an excellent palliative care services to the patient, to the cancer patient. So strategic direction, we have 3 strategic palliative care priorities: growing healthcare, aged patient, a lot of cancer patients, a lot of advanced cancer patients have been diagnosed at the beginning. Community need of palliative care. We should innovate models of care and increase accessibility to the palliative care services among community and among our services. So our purpose toward excellence in palliative care and our future vision is we see where quality palliative care is available for all patients, nationalities, for when and where they need it. So palliative care achievements until now in Salmania Medical Complex. So we already established having the unit. It is not a complete unit, but our vision to complete it and to have it as standardized as as others they have. So steps in delivering high quality palliative care services across our patients with terminal illnesses. We do have guidelines, implemented guidelines for palliative care, and it's already written, approved by our chairman, and it's already approved by the chief of medical staff. Also, the DPPs, departmental procedures and policies, have been implemented and have been agreed by the chief medical staff and quality department. Until now, we have one consultant, Dr. Walid Hamoud, as a consultant palliative care, and 2 fellows, me and Dr. Ali Medan. We are studying in King Hussein Cancer Center in a fellowship in palliative care, and we are finishing by next year. So palliative care vision, we have 4 themes. Theme 1, we will put the strategic theme as the key focus areas and the key pillars for the strategy itself. So in theme 2, palliative care strategy map, we will put the map, putting the needs, putting the specialist, the multidisciplinary team that we should have in implementing the palliative care. And theme 3, we will put the foundation of the framework. We will work on that. And on theme 4, we will monitor our progress and we get the feedback from others to improve the services. So we should have a basic knowledge of palliative care and recognition of its needs, and we already have. General palliative care, already we have. A specialist palliative care, inpatient and outpatient. We are implementing to have this, and it's already started. And specialized palliative care unit, this is our main goal in 2025. So this strategic plan outlines how all service providers in the governmental hospitals can work together to achieve this, and places a huge value on the necessarily collaborative partnerships to make this happen. Planning to meet the increase in demand, particularly for the growing population of palliative care. We have a lot of patients we under-treated because of lack of palliative care specialists. So we need to plan for specialist palliative care, and we are having it. Networking arrangement to support effective referral from support services among our hospital and maybe King Hamad, maximizing joint up care for service users through an integrated network of services, increase awareness of palliative care among healthcare services, workers, and community as well. And we should have good investment in palliative care research. So we need to increase the uptake of palliative care training, education for general staff. We should have specialized nurse, pharmacist, other multidisciplinary team members to have an effective palliative team to establish. So establishing a home care services will be our next step by visiting patients at home, by providing them the advice, managing their symptoms, giving them a prescription of opioids and the most equipment that they need as oxygen, bed mattresses, and other stuff that they should have. In implementing the palliative care, it's important to have a stock of pain and symptoms medications and different varieties of opioids in different routes, different strength to relieve the pain associated with advanced malignancy. So strategic plan involved also to have outpatient clinic. Also, we have this outpatient clinic, we have it only for dying and end stage palliative. We should implement, and we are planning to implement the palliative care starting from the diagnosis of malignancy, having the journey for all cancer patients, and involving malignant and non-malignant diseases in this clinic. So inpatient, already we do have beds, but we are planning to have inpatient service, having a specialist room, ambulance, specialized ICU, and special beds and emergency departments for our fragile patients. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those involved in developing this strategy and look forward to support its implementation, which will build on the great work already achieved. The achievement of the vision and outcomes set out in this strategy is based on a certain assumption. And if the circumstances change in any significant way, the strategy will be reviewed and amended if that is appropriate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajda. You give us a very good idea about palliative care in general and vision and our palliative care unit in SMC. We hope to see you and say hello to Ali. سلامنا لعلي كثير ونشوفكم على خير إن شاء الله.
الله يسلمك. شكرا دكتور، يعطيكم العافية.
شكرا.
مع السلامة.
Now we have the second presentation will be by Dr. Sami. نشكره طبعا لأن احنا تعبناه صراحة يعني مشرفنا وعايزين نستفيد منه أكبر قدر ممكن. Second presentation will be family caregivers in palliative care.
بسم الله. ده أنا حظ إن هما بقى two presentations يا دكتور. I'm lucky to have two presentations with you يعني. Family caregivers in palliative care. This is one of my favorite presentations and one of my favorite fields of research. Family caregivers are the unknown soldiers in the fight against cancer, as we will see now. Now, no disclosures. Do anybody recognize this lady? ما أعتقدش حد عجوز زينا. ما فيش. Okay, this is Rosalind Carter, the first lady of the States in the 70s, the wife of Jimmy Carter. And she was known for one of her quotations. She said, there are only 4 types of people in the world. Those who have been caregivers, those who currently are caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need caregivers. This is true. Apply it for yourself, for your relatives around you. This is completely true. We are all either caregiver recipients or we will receive caregiving. So it's a very important topic, as we will see. And just to give you a hint how caregiving, informal caregiving or family caregiving is important, I'll give you some financial statistics. 5 to 2 billion, $500 billion US. This was the annual opportunity cost of informal caregiving for US elderly in 2015. Huge amount of money. How much of the total financial cost of cancer care is provided by informal caregiving? How much do you expect? From 18 to 33% by informal caregiving. This is too much. And when you come to palliative care, up to 1/3 of the cost of caring for people with cancer at the end of life being borne by informal caregivers. So we are talking about something very, very, very important. And it is much more important, especially in our culture, in our region, where we have extended families and strong family bonds. We don't know estimations for this. This is 1/3 in developed countries. We don't have an estimation in our region and our countries, but I'm expecting to be more than 1/3. Why? This was a study that we conducted with the palliative care unit in the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital in London. We compared the availability of informal caregivers between our setting and the high-income setting. And what we have found that in 92% of Egyptian palliative care patients with cancer, they have an informal caregiver living with them, 92%. While in the UK, it was only 48%. Okay, so we have much more informal caregiving for our patients, and we are expecting that they are contributing much more than 1/3 at the end of life, especially in the lower income settings. Yeah. Who are the informal caregivers? The defining characteristics of an informal caregiver typically includes being a person who provides some type of unpaid, ongoing assistance with activities of daily living or instrumental activities of daily living to a person with a chronic illness or disability. We are all aware of the basic ADLs. We can collectively call these self-care, like eating, dressing, getting in, out of bed and chair, taking a bath or shower or toilet. And instrumental ADLs, this is for the independent living, like preparing meals, managing money, shopping, doing housework, and so on. This is the definition for formal caregiver. What are the rules done by the informal caregiver? In addition to assistance with the basic ADLs, they perform administrative tasks. If you remember today, the presentation of Ms. Shazalan, I'm pronouncing it right? Huh? Shazalan, مظبوط كده. Okay, great. Okay, we have many examples. She did a very nice qualitative study with 10 patients with breast cancer. And what was the major theme of the support they have? The family. The husband in one patient, the sisters in the other, the mother in the other. So they are supporting and doing the job for the husband was doing what? He was preparing the paper and reading and so on, administrative tasks. Okay, case management, managing insurance claims, and so on. Instrumental tasks accompanying the cancer patient to the medical appointment, managing cooking, cleaning, and other housekeeping tasks. Navigation tasks like seeking information that may be difficult to find, finding a doctor. On social support activities, providing companionship, socializing, like we heard today. So they perform a lot of tasks. And in addition to performing tasks, they have needs. You just hear now the definition of palliative care by Dr. Sajda. Palliative care is an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families. So palliative care aims at improving the quality of life of families, facing the problem associated with life-threatening illness, and so on. And for the rest of the definition, most people understand the rest of the definition as applicable to patients, but I believe that the rest of the definition applies for both the patients and the families. You need to prevent and relieve their suffering, like patients, by means of early identification, impeccable assessment, treatment of pain, other problems, physical, psychosocial, and spiritual, as we will see now. This is a nice review published 10 years ago in the BMJ Support of Palliative Care about the unmet needs of partners and caregivers of other diagnosis of the cancer, a systematic review. They categorize the unmet needs into 6 categories. The first is the comprehensive cancer care unmet needs, like access to health services, obtaining the best possible care for the patient, and so on. And the prevalence was up to 96% unmet need. Emotional, psychological unmet needs, like helping dealing with own emotional distress, like we heard from Dr. Sajda. Anger, guilt, sadness, and anxiety, depression, get emotional support for self, have someone to talk to, and the prevalence ranged again up to 93%. Partner or caregiver impact on daily activities and unmet needs, like financial support, including life and or travel insurance, deal with impact on work, and help looking after own health. The prevalence ranged again up to 80%. Relationship, unmet needs, help communicating with the patient about illness and his or her concerns, have an intimate relationship with the patient and consideration for sexual need, and so on. A prevalence up to 60%. Information unmet needs, the illness, the treatment, diagnosis, prognosis, and so on. Spirituality unmet needs, feel there is hope for the future and spiritual support. If you go through these unmet supportive needs, we'll find physical, social, psychological, and spiritual unmet needs. That's why I am saying that the WHO definition applies for the families as well, for the patients as well as their families. We need to relieve their suffering by the early identification and impeccable assessment of causes of suffering. So we have a long list of unmet needs for patients. How to assess this caregivers' unmet needs? There are many tools for the assessment of unmet needs of family caregivers in the palliative care and the cancer care in general. Like this is one of the most famous in palliative care, the FAM care scale. The tool used to measure the family satisfaction with advanced cancer. It measures different areas, such as availability of care, physical patient care, psychosocial, and information giving. This is another tool, the CASPAN. It's an Australian one for cancer survivors, carers for cancer survivors. We did some of this work at our unit to find what the unmet information needs of family caregivers, included 50 family caregivers, and 96% of these family caregivers expressed at least one information need. And the most needed information were related mainly to prognosis in 62%. What is the future hiding for me? Okay, and that's why this is one of the assessment questions in many of the assessment tools, as we'll see an example in a few slides. Information related to cancer itself, cancer treatment, pain, limited mobility, and feeding. And what about their concerns? Again, this was another study. 47 family caregivers were asked to enumerate what concerns them most about their related patient. 98% expressed at least one concern. The uncontrolled pain, of course, was ranked number 1 in 60% of them, weakness and fatigue in 23, and so on. So the suffering of patients is reflected actually on the family caregivers. So we have now informal caregivers. They are playing major roles and important roles in the care for cancer patients, especially in the palliative care setting. And they have a long list of needs. They have physical, psychosocial, and spiritual needs. They are making much job, and they have unmet needs. And this will impact their quality of life. And this may cause burden, caregiver burden. This is a review of literature of the effect of caring for a patient with cancer, systematic review done, published in 2009 in Psycho-Oncology. The systematic review assessed the burdens affect family caregivers, cancer patients, and included more than 19,000 other family caregivers in the review. They identified more than 200 problems and burdens categorized as follows: social problems, financial difficulties, problems with work or education, isolation, increased direct and indirect caregiver responsibilities, emotional problems, a long list of emotional problems, anxiety, depression, fear, uncertainty, feeling powerlessness, mood disturbances, and so on. Physical problems, fatigue, sleep disturbance, pain, other health problem. So again, I emphasize that the WHO definition applies for patients and their families. How to assess the informal caregiver burden? The burden experienced by family caregivers. There are many tools, up to 74 in this systematic review. They found 74 tools to assess the family caregiver's burden. And these are just some few examples: the brief assessment scale, the caregiver quality of life index, caregiver strength index, the Zarit burden interview. We use that in one study that I will show you in the coming slide. And the caregiver oncology quality of life questionnaire that we are currently translating at Qasr Al Aini into Arabic. And this study was, we did it in collaboration with the Oncology Service and King Saud Medical City in Riyadh, published last year in BMC Palliative Care. We assessed the caregiver burden among family caregivers of incurable cancer patients in Egypt and in Saudi Arabia. And we included 218 family caregivers, 165 from Egypt and 53 from Saudi Arabia. And we used the Zarit burden interview. It is available, translated and validated in Arabic. That's why we used it. And the score, more than 25 on this scale, was the cutoff for a significant caregiver burden. And this is what we have found, that the score was, the average score for the whole group of patients was 23. 23, and this is the cutoff point. This means that the average score is above the cutoff point for significant caregiver burden. 59% of the caregivers involved in the study, they have significant caregiver burden. The variables associated with caregiver burden were assistance with late lost basic ideals, the activities of daily living of self-care activities. They are theoretically they are lost in a chronological manner, and the last to be lost is the ability to feed yourself and to turn yourself in bed. So these are late lost basic ideals. So caregivers assisting with eating and turning the patient in bed, those patients with best supportive care treatment plan or poorer performance status were associated with high caregiver burden. But in logistic regression analysis, only assistance with late loss ADLs was immediately associated with significant caregiver burden. And this is the outcome of the questionnaire. I will not mention what is high in the questionnaire. Okay, we know that it is globally high, but I will focus here on the response. These are the questions, 22 questions in this slide and the coming slide. That's why it is Zarit burden interview 22. Okay, 0 means never in response to the question, and 1 to 4 is increasing in severity in response to the question. I will focus on the 0 response here. This is 84% 0. They mean the answer to the question was 0. What was this question? Do you feel embarrassed over your relative's behavior? 84% said no at all. And this is 89% 0. Do you feel angry when you are around your relative? 89% they said no, we are not angry. This one, 84% in response to this question, do you wish you could just leave the care of your relative to someone else? They said 84% said no. So they are experiencing significant caregiver burden, but they are not angry. They are not embarrassed of the caring for the patient, and they don't want to leave the patient care for someone else. And this highlights the strong relationships between the family of the patient and the patient. And again, we'll come back to the nursing lecture, the coping strategy that you have, originating from our religion, originating from our culture, and always say that caregivers in our region, in our culture, are an asset for palliative care that should be optimized. We have to help them to provide the best care. We have to help them to get the best care in order to improve the quality of life of the patients and the families as well. What kind of interventions we can provide for family caregivers? And why we need to do that, as I said, to help them perform the rules in caring for the patient, to meet their needs, and to decrease their burden and improve their quality of life. This is a review done by Richard Harding from King's College, published in 2011, about the interventions that can be used with family caregivers. There are kinds of interventions like one-to-one psychological models, psychological interventions, patient care, palliative care, hospice interventions, information training intervention, respite intervention group, so on. And we may have our own interventions in our culture, in our region, because this palliative care is very much culture and resources sensitive. When we have our own interventions, but we don't know yet, okay? And in some areas in the world, when they ranked what is most needed by patients and their families in the palliative care, they said food in sub-Saharan Africa. This is what they want. This is what they want most. They want to eat. Okay, so again, what we need here, what our patients need, and what their family carers need, will need more exploration and more research to provide culture-sensitive palliative care for the patients. This is just an example of a randomized control trial published in the reputable journal Cancer in 2007 about a randomized control trial of family intervention on prostate cancer patients and their spouses. I will not mention it in detail. It is a long one. But this is the intervention that they have done. The focus: family involvement, optimistic attitude interventions, coping effectiveness interventions, uncertainty reduction interventions, and symptom management interventions. This is the intervention arm compared to the control arm without these interventions. And these are the instruments they use to measure the outcomes. And these are the results. Regarding the patients had less uncertainty and better communication with spouses than control patients. And these are the results for the spouses, the caregivers, the family caregivers. They had a better quality of life, more self-efficacy, better communication, less negative appraisal of caregiving, less uncertainty, less hopelessness, less symptom distress. Okay? What are the benefits of informal caregiving? In addition to caring for the patient, we have benefits for the patient, patients for the caregivers themselves, patients for the healthcare system, benefits for the community. These are review. They found that these are positive psychological aspects of caregiving, enhance the relationship with care receiver, feeling of being rewarded, a sense of personal growth, and perception of personal satisfaction. They even studied the impact of informal caregiving on survival of the family caregivers, and the results were really surprising. This is a census-based record linkage study mortality follow-up for 33 months that included more than 1 million individuals, including 180,000 of them were provided caregivers, of whom 51,000 were provided more than 50 hours per week. So they followed more than 1 million people. Among these people, 180 were caregivers. And from this 180,000, 28% were providing more than 50 hours caregiving per week. What did they found? Over 33 months of follow-up, a total of 29,000 deaths occurred in the whole population, in the 1 million population. From this 29,000 deaths, 2,400 were among caregivers. The mortality risk of caregivers was lower than for non-caregivers. The hazard ratio was 0.72 and was significant. The lower risk was evident even for those provided more than 50 hours. This means that more caregiving is not more harmful. Even for those who are providing more than 50 hours per week, the adjusted hazard ratio was significantly better for those who are provided caregiving. Caregiving is associated with reduced mortality risk for most causes. For example, the risk for death from ischemic heart disease for caregivers provided more than 50 hours was 27% and 31% less in men and women compared with non-caregivers, and the hazard ratio was significant for both. So in conclusion, informal caregiving is a very important issue that is not receiving the attention it deserves in our practice or in our region in general. Of course, there are some few very good exceptions, but in general, they are very much unattended for, and there is no much research about them. We don't know what are the culture-sensitive interventions we can do with these family caregivers, and I hope that this will be a priority in your future cancer care plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sami, for this excellent presentation. And now we open the floor for discussion. Dr. Gamal, please, can you come? Any questions from the floor? So I have 2 points. First, for Dr. Jamal, I am being a specialty in radiation oncology. This word to you, we have now stereotactic ablative radiation therapy like immune therapy. This is a very good word. And I want to ask you, this is practically using in Jordan now? Come in. Dr. Sami, come in, please.
Thank you so much. Yes, actually, we have the SPRT. We started in 2015, and that is, we started mainly first for the radical treatment, and that was for the lung cancer. And now we expanded that. Now we, as I mentioned, since last year, we are considering SPRT for prostate cancer. So whenever there is strong evidence for treating SPRT for radical, we are trying that. And even now, the pancreatic cancer. So for palliative, we have also started for some, as I mentioned, oligometastasis probably 3 or 4 years ago. So now in the multidisciplinary clinic, whenever there is any indication to consider SPRT, we are doing that. So we're doing that for the bone metastasis, whether it's spine or non-spine, for the lymph nodes, and for, of course, the lung and the liver. Yeah, as a routine, whenever it's indicated, as I mentioned before.
Thank you. Dr. Sami, also, you illustrate very important point that palliative attention for all residents in Kasraini Faculty of Medicine must have around 3 months or more in. This is very good because the main issue for all doctors and for all medical staff that palliative is it's not an end of life care. There is great difference between. So can you illustrate this point? It is very important how to introduce also questions for master degree and MD degree for this student. It is very important point.
Thank you so much for the question. Of course, this is very important, and maybe I did not have some time to explain what is the hierarchy of palliative care service, what should be. Okay, there are 3 levels of palliative care. Primary care palliative care, okay, this should be provided at the primary care level, okay, and secondary level palliative care should be provided by specialists who are working with patients who are likely to need palliative care, like, for example, oncologists, okay, neurologists, pulmonologists, who are likely to deal with patients with palliative care needs, but they don't need advanced palliative care service. And the tertiary palliative care is the top. Okay, this is the palliative care unit with the specialized, trained palliative care physicians or consultants. Okay, so it is mandatory now. It is not. This is not something innovative. Yani any specialization in oncology worldwide in the developed countries, they have to have their basic palliative care education. So as they can manage, because the patient, as you said, the patient may spend 2 or 3 years, and you can call him a palliative care patient, metastatic. With the new advances, the patients live for maybe 4 years, receiving chemotherapy or radiation therapy with the palliative intent, and they have palliative care needs. Maybe especially if you are just developing palliative care, you will not have the resources to cope with this huge amount of need for palliative care. That's why training oncologists, it is mandatory. This is not something optional. Yeah. So we did that. We are teaching them the basics, at least to know how to manage the complications of the analgesics. Okay, how to treat common symptoms with simple drugs, and at the end they can refer patients who are in need for a specialist palliative care advice to us. Okay. This saves time for the patient, optimize their care, and saves time for us and less work effort for us.
Just to add to this, we know that the palliative care services in most of the Arab countries is really lacking behind what it should be. The understanding of the importance of palliative service is not there like what we want. There are some achievements in some few countries in the Arab world, but we have to work more and more. We should have a complete departments of the palliative care in most of our hospitals, especially cancer hospitals, and also the training programs like the fellowships and residency program. So that's why we started 1 year fellowship in palliative department at King Hussein Cancer Center, in which many actually fellows like Dr. Sab from Bahrain, and there are others. So this is the way to go. Now, just to let you know that at King Hussein Cancer Center in Jordan, we started a pilot national initiative to include the palliative teaching in medical schools. We have so far 6 medical schools, and we had meetings with the deans that probably the oncology content of the curriculum of the medical students is outdated. It's 20 years ago old, and we have to improve, and we have to put also to consider palliative care is really very important at the medical students level as well.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Okay. Okay, for that.
Thank you very much for all the speakers of this session for their lovely presentations. I have one comment and a question. It's regarding the palliative care. And my comment may be already elaborated, but I just want to emphasize on that there are really misconceptions about palliative care. You already mentioned about that palliative care is not misconcepted as care for terminal cases, which is not, should be start from day one of dealing with any cancer patient. And it may increase in a stage when there is no more cure for that cases. The second misconception is also that palliative care is only for cancer patients. Actually, palliative care should deal for also those with non-curative diseases. And there are a lot, our hospitals are filled with such diseases. And maybe they are even putting a big burden on the hospital care, putting patients on ventilator for such cases. My question is regarding the palliative care, that with the big burden of cancer in our communities, which are, like, as mentioned in the registries, that maybe 60% or 70% coming from low income, middle income countries or developing countries. In spite of that, the palliative care programs are still much underdeveloped. So where is the problem? Is it the problem at the level of the decision makers of the governments or ministries, or this the awareness, or why such programs are still much underdeveloped in spite of there is much improvement in the care for cancer patients? Thank you. As well as pediatric. Well, I will not be surprised because pediatric, which is much less comparing to adult, but I'm concerned that palliative care is still, even for adult patients, are still much underdeveloped.
Thank you. Very important question as well. Actually, all what you have said is contributing to the lack of or underdevelopment of palliative care in our region. Lack of education, lack of support, lack of leadership, lack of resources. All these are contributing. Yeah. Okay. More, it may be different from country to country, but in general, it is multi-layered problem. We cannot spot one thing and say this is the cause of not doing palliative care. No, we have barriers related to policy, okay, policy makers, barriers related to education, and barriers related to drug availability as well. So these are the main three topics or barriers for palliative care. And it varies from country to country, actually. For a country, for example, like Saudi Arabia, the government and the healthcare system adopted healthcare reform and included the terminal phase, okay, as one of the tracks of the national health system reform. This will force people to do palliative care. Okay, palliative care started in Saudi Arabia in 1992, and I worked there for many years. Work started just like I started in Qasr Al-Aini. So a group of physicians, King Faisal, said, okay, we want to do some palliative care and so on, and to start to have the specialty. They start to have a fellowship, and now they are responding to the World Health Assembly recommendations that was there around in 2017, that all countries have to implement palliative care and include it in the primary healthcare system. Okay, so this is an example. I remember إن الله لا ينزع بالسلطان ما ينزع بالقرآن. أحيانا when it comes from higher level, it makes much achievement.
Can I add something? Because actually the problem here, I think the palliative care was one of the tasks or in the agenda of the Gulf Strategic Plan. One of the points need to be tackled, and we have to put the action plan, how to implement it. And there are countries who had smoothly stories of success. Saudi, we can see. In Bahrain, I think there is miscommunication, because I can see that the government is doing it, but it's not official. Like we said, all of a sudden we were told, "Halas, this the residents or whatever needs to go for fellowship," and that's what happened. They have to go for palliative care fellowship, and it's happening. I had a meeting with the management to propose for them the sitting that we need a palliative care center of excellence, and Actually, I was a bit disappointed. I had to convince them, although I've explained in this. Their concern, I think there's some communication, is that what is the number of, is it really
الصوت
needed?
دكتورة بعد إذنك الصوت بس الصوت مش مسموع.
Is it really needed? How much is the workload? How many inpatients we have? So we try to tell them whatever the doctor said that it's not only inpatient, it's daycare, it's a comprehensive process from diagnosis to the end. We need to initiate the home care visit, the hotlines, the multidisciplinary team, and it was conveyed. I think they said they want to know what is the plan for Salmonia versus BOC. So is it a planned complete transfer and this department will not be functioning, or the palliative care will remain in Salmonia? So that's why they are taking baby steps, let's see. But in the national agenda, they are working on it. Like it is established, palliative care, I mean, the home visit is not only for the cancer patient, for debilitated patient or whatever, which is going on in Salmonia for geriatrics, let's say. They have the home visits in KHUH, not BOC. So I think we need just to put the thing closer, and I think it needs better communication and follow up. We made this conference, so we come with the recommendation. That's why we brought Dr. Mariam. She's, of course, so we need her support. And this is something needed and requested by the NCD or whatever will replace the GCC strategic plan. So it is needed. And we have here the expertise that this is needed, how to implement.
Maybe just a small comment, as you mentioned, we should not forget the palliative care in pediatrics. It's, because our minds will go always for the adult. There is also the subspecialty of the pediatrics, and that's what we do at King Hussein Cancer Center. There is a whole team for the pediatrics, the physicians and also the nurses, and we have, of course, the home visits or the hospice care, and there are 2 or 3 cars they used to go and visit them at their, not only pediatrics, the adults also. So always keep pediatrics in mind.
I'm sorry, we are beyond time, more than 30 minutes. I am sorry to closing the, it is more pleasure to interact and receive questions, but we are very late now. Thank you very much. And now I will shift it to Novartis Symposium. Thank you.
So hello everyone. My name is Daola. I'm hematology brand manager at Novartis Oncology, and it's a big pleasure to be with you all today. I would like also to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Tharwat Wajdi. He's a professor and consultant hematologist at Salmania Medical Center. Dr. Tharwat Wajdi will talk about an important topic about the management of polycythemia vera and the importance of early intervention when it comes to managing in patients with PV. So thank you. Welcome, Dr. Wajdi.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry that this is the end of the day. I think all of you are tired, but hopefully change from oncology to hematology. It's mind-looking disease, inshallah. First of all, I have to thank Novartis for inviting me for this symposium and for their appreciated support for the first oncology meeting in Salmania and Bahrain. We discuss today about polycythemia. For most of you, I don't know, not all hematologists, but I have to explain something. Polycythemia is one of the myeloproliferative neoplasm characterized by erythroid hyperplasia with erythrocytosis. Is similar to chronic myeloid leukemia, where there is myeloid hyperplasia and essential thrombocythemia with megakaryocytic hyperplasia. There is hyperplasia of erythroid series. These cause hypercellularity and hyperviscosity with increased hematocrit and cytokine release. This related to the most of the comorbidities and mortality in polycythemia, despite it is a benign-looking disease. Polycythemia patient experience considerable disease burden, as I mentioned, due to represented as constitutional symptoms as fatigue, pruritus, night sweat, bone pain, weight loss, and fever, with many complications as erythromelalgia, headache, dizziness, visual disturbance, paresthesia, and transischemic attack. There is multiple thromboembolic events, either arterial, myocardial infarction, unstable angina, stroke, or peripheral arterial occlusion, or venous SDVT, pulmonary embolism, intra-abdominal vein thrombosis, and similar thrombosis. The late complication of PV is second cancer, progressive splenomegaly and hepatomegaly, and progression to myelofibrosis, MDS, or even acute myeloid leukemia. These symptoms is mainly cytokine related as tiredness, itching, muscle ache, night sweat, all hyperviscosity as headache, lack of concentration, dizziness, skin redness, vision problem, ringing in the ear, and numbness of both feet and hands. Most of the patient with progressive splenomegaly complaining of abdominal discomfort and fullness with early satiety. As we see, the main symptoms is fatigue constituting more than 90% of symptoms. Insomnia and numbness, itching is still a prominent complaint. These symptoms of polycythemia affect quality of life? In MBN symptom impact on quality of life, most of the patient, more than 70% of patients agree that these symptoms affect their quality of life, mainly in the financial aspect and psychological state presented with depression and anxiety. Age and previous thrombosis is still the major predictor of vascular complication of polycythemia. For that, Ellen guideline classify polycythemia into three categories: low risk group with age less than 60 with no history of thrombosis, and high risk where the age more than 60 and or history of thrombosis. The intermediate risk group experience coexisting cardiovascular risk factors due to leukocytosis in the absence of previous thrombosis. In REVEAL study, the risk actually in the beginning of diagnosis, at presentation, most of the patients are in high risk group. In reveal study, about 61 patients in newly diagnosed were in high risk group, either regarding their age or presence of thromboembolism or combined. In reveal study, the overall survival is affected by this risk group. The risk of mortality is about 14% in high risk group by 4 years, either related to age alone or thromboembolism or combined age and thromboembolism. The question is, does early intervention is important to prevent the poor outcome of polycythemia? In cyto-BV survey, high hematocrit as indicative of non-controlled polycythemia carry 2.7-fold greater risk of mortality from cardiovascular events, and this risk increase with major to 4-fold with major thrombosis in patients with high hematocrit. In international landmark study, about 47% of physicians choosing watchful waiting for more than 25% of their polycythemia vera patients. 23% of them were symptomatic. On the other hand, in United States US landmark study, the 60% of patients of newly diagnosed polycythemia vera diagnosed as symptomatic by physician, while these figures as experienced by the patient raised to 89%. These discrepancies between the patient and physician perception of symptom burden at diagnosis may explain the delay in the treatment initiation. Ellen guidelines recommended a risk-adapted first-line approach in polycythemia vera. The standard of therapy is therapeutic phlebotomy with daily low-dose aspirin in both low-risk and high-risk group. However, in high-risk patients, polycythemia, but also in low-risk patients with the following situation, second line of therapy can be started. This situation include poor tolerance to phlebotomy or frequent phlebotomy requirement, symptomatic or progressive splenomegaly, severe disease-related symptom, platelet count more than 1,500 or leukocyte count more than 1,500. These first-line cytoreductive therapy should be initiated in this situation, starting either with hydroxyurea or interferon. Back to NCCN. I'm sorry. NCCN guidelines is the same. Guidelines they support or recommend change to another cytoreductive therapy in case the same as Ellen, but with in case of new thrombosis, disease-related major bleeding, or disease-related symptoms as pruritus or night sweat. They have to change from the first line, which is hydroxyurea or interferon, to a second line. I'm sorry for that. Yeah. This delay because of animation. I'm sorry. So, despite a patient kept on hydroxyurea or interferon, they got hydroxyurea treated patients, they got resistant or intolerance. So this is most of patients after 3 months of maximum tolerated dose or hydroxyurea 2 grams per day still need further phlebotomy or their platelet count more than 400 or white blood cell more than 10,000 with no reduction of the spleen size by 25% or reduction in spleen symptom. This group of patients considered as hydroxyurea resistant. If we reduce the dose or modulate the dose to achieve either partial remission or complete remission, some patients develop cytopenia with absolute neutrophilic count less than 1,000 or hemoglobin less than 10 and platelet count less than 10,000. And for any dose, at any dose, some patients get GI toxicity, fever, mucocutaneous toxicity, and skin cancer. This group considered as hydroxyurea intolerance. So, patient might get hydroxyurea tolerance and resistance. In retrospective analysis in Belgium and in Germany and Spain, there is a significant number ranging from 23 to 32 had hydroxyurea resistance and percentage of 16 to 17 patients develop hydroxyurea intolerance. This is confirmed by German multi-centric chart where 17.7% get hydroxyurea intolerance and about 32% get hydroxyurea resistance. Again, there is discrepancy between the physician-reported hydroxyurea resistance or intolerance. In Belgian cross-section study, 12% of physicians recorded resistant or intolerance hydroxyurea, while this number is much higher when following lab value follow-up, documenting high hematocrit or leukocytosis, thrombocytosis, or combined of all these elements. This documented that about 38% of patients is still symptomatic, denoting or has uncontrolled, means intolerant or resistant to hydroxyurea. This suggests that Ellen criteria for hydroxyurea resistant are not frequently utilized in real-world clinical practice. Many patients continue hydroxyurea despite this resistance to hydroxyurea, and we find in BRF survey in 8 European countries that 43% of patients still symptomatic, mainly fatigue, pruritus, and headache. And laboratory value, again, in reveal study, there is 57% has hematocrit more than 45%, and 27% has uncontrolled myeloproliferation, either leukocytosis or thrombocytosis. Hydroxyurea intolerance or resistant patients still have negative outcomes. So the risk in Spanish chart review, there is increased risk, 6.8-fold risk increase of disease evolution to either myelofibrosis, acute myeloid leukemia in a high risk group, and this figure increased to 5 to 6-fold increase in the mortality rate in this resistant group. So despite the patient kept on hydroxyurea, the mortality rate or progression to the active disease or more progression to myelofibrosis and acute myeloid leukemia is still present in high percent, in significant percentage. And also overall survival, which is about 14.1 in BV population, it dropped to 8 years in 46% of patients with high risk. And patients with high risk resistant to hydroxyurea, this figure dropped in 11%, and the median overall survival is 1.2 years after developing resistance. Also, there is a significant risk of thrombosis remain in this patient acquiring more phlebotomy requirement. We mean by increased requirement that requirement of phlebotomy more than 3 times per year. If the patient needs further more than 3 times per year, this means resistant to hydroxyurea or intolerant. So there is still high unmet need in patients with resistant or intolerant to conventional therapy, documented by increasing mortality but due to cardiovascular or major thrombosis in about 45%. If hematocrit is still higher than 45%, and also the overall survival is dropped by 1-2 years on developing hydroxyurea resistance. Also, serious side effect of the hydroxyurea needs to subtherapeutic dosing and discontinuation of the treatment. Also, persistent symptom as pruritus with subsequent depression might cause the affection of the quality of life. And in patients with increased requirement of phlebotomy, there is increased risk of thrombosis. And lastly, leukocytosis is still carrying a risk of arterial thrombosis, hematologic transformation, and high mortality. For that reason, we suspect this is the second line. Is switching hydroxyurea-resistant patient to ruxolitinib has impact on their prognosis or outcome? In response study, they included hydroxyurea-resistant or intolerant patients and patients requiring phlebotomy more than 3 times per year, and with patients with progressive splenomegaly. They divided them into 2 arms: ruxolitinib arm, which maintained on 10 mg twice a day, and best available treatment in the another arm till the week 32, where they crossed this group, crossed over to ruxolitinib again. What is the difference? This is the first group, ruxolitinib, mean early initiation of treatment, and the best available second group signify or pointed to late initiation of ruxolitinib. Okay, this research continued till week 80 and more extended to 5 years later. The conclusion of this study compared to the best available treatment, the group on ruxolitinib showed superior control of hematocrit, superior control of CBC, including white blood cells and the platelets, with superior reduction in splenomegaly and superior reduction in polycythemia related symptoms, with few thromboembolic events. The dose used in this in response study ranged from 10 to 15 mg BD. This is the most dose adjustment occurs in the first 8 weeks. Comparing response trials, we have to try response 1 and response 2. Response 1, patient with splenomegaly. Response 2, patient without splenomegaly. In both studies, there is good control of hematocrit and complete hematological response, and more than 50% of SAF, TSS in ruxolitinib arm than the best available treatment, and also complete resolution in the symptom in response 2 with reduction in 38% of patient of the spleen size. Sustained control of the blood, when comparing the extended study to 80 weeks, we observed the study concluded that there is improvement in the more control in white blood cells and the platelet count in 69 and 51 respectively by week 80. in response to in patient without splenomegaly. In patient with splenomegaly is the same if we compare early initiation at week 32 to week 80, we observed good control, better control of white blood cells and platelet count in the week 80 than the week 30. This means extended use of ruxolitinib, despite whatever there is some resistance or no, has a good effect or good impact on leukocytic count and platelet count. When extended the study to 5 years, Kaplan and Meir documented that there is a good control of hematocrit in 73% of patients and maintaining at least 35 reduction of the spleen in about 72%. Also, there is the need for further phlebotomy in ruxolitinib arm, even non-responder. We mean by non-responder that there is still uncontrol of hematocrit. Despite that, if the patient maintained ruxolitinib, the need of further phlebotomy is much lower in ruxolitinib arm than the best available treatment, as observed 39% compared to 62% in best available treatment. Also, in ruxolitinib non-responder, there is better improvement in the SFA total score and cytokine symptom cluster, hyperviscosity cluster, splenomegaly progress in both arms of ruxolitinib, whether hematocrit responder or non-responder, then significantly than the best available treatment. So continuation of the treatment is very have a significant and positive impact. For iron deficiency secondary to repeated phlebotomy, this ruxolitinib treatment or maintained showed marked improvement in iron store, as shown by improvement in MCV, serum iron, and serum ferritin. For exposure-adjusted rate of common adverse event, we observed that the hematological side effect, including anemia and thrombocytopenia, first thrombocytopenia is much less in ruxolitinib arm than the best available treatment, while despite anemia is more in the ruxolitinib arm, but still grade 3 to 4 is very low, 0.9%. All infections is much less in ruxolitinib arm than best available treatment, about 90% in comparison to 60% in best available treatment, but still herpes zoster is a higher incidence than the best available treatment, but very similarly, grade 3 to 4 is just only 0.5%. So if herpes zoster is present, it's mild, grade 1 and 2 only. Thromboembolic, all thromboembolic event is significantly lower in ruxolitinib arm, 1.2% compared to 8.2 in best available treatment therapy. At thrombosis and overall survival is much better with ruxolitinib arm than the best available therapy. Early ruxolitinib initiation resulted in early hematocrit control and reduction in JAK allele burden. In this, in the left figures, I don't know, I'm sorry. In the left, there is a median hematocrit level is markedly improved in the red color early initiation of ruxolitinib till the 30 to 80 weeks. After that, is the same, but early reduction on control of hematocrit has a good impact as has a low incidence of thrombosis and mortality than delayed initiation of treatment. Again, JAK2 allele burden over time decreased significantly in the red color ruxolitinib arm, early initiation of ruxolitinib, then delayed blue color delayed initiation of ruxolitinib. This is very important, as it is important when we shift from the first line to ruxolitinib or second line treatment. When you decide, you have to be earlier, not delayed, to avoid further complication. I'm sorry again, why? Early ruxolitinib overall, there were few phlebotomy requirement in patients with either randomized assigned to ruxolitinib than best available treatment. And in response 1, we find that early ruxolitinib initiation has less phlebotomy requirement, only 60 over 5 years, then 99 patient over in ruxolitinib on delayed onset ruxolitinib. So again, early initiation is important to avoid further phlebotomy requirement. This is the same. The incidence of thromboembolic event is markedly lower in the ruxolitinib arm than the best available treatment. So to conclude the key points, the timely intervention is essential to control polycythemia vera disease to prevent negative outcomes. Number 2, uncontrolled hematocrit is associated with increased risk of cardiovascular event and death. And again, by controlling hematocrit means hematocrit less than 45%. Hydroxyurea newly diagnosed patient should initiate therapy as per guideline recommended risk classification target to control hematocrit. Hydroxy-resistant or intolerance is defined as frequent need of phlebotomy, elevated leukocyte count or platelet count, progressive splenomegaly, high symptom burden, unacceptable side effect. These indicate need to switch to second-line therapy soon. A crossover in the response, as I mentioned before, allow for a comparison of early versus delayed ruxolitinib. Switching hydroxyurea resistant or intolerant patient to ruxolitinib early may improve the outcome, including earlier hematocrit control, reduction in JAK2 allele burden, lower rate of phlebotomies, and reduce thromboembolic risk factor. This is ruxolitinib dose 5 mg, 10 mg, 15, 20, and the dose modification can be done with different concentration. And thank you. I think you finished. If anyone any further question or something, or I think you are tired, what do you think? Do you need any question, Dr.? I think it's clear message for all, and you know something about away from oncology. Okay. Thank you. I think time of lunch. Okay. Thank you.